Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. We are getting started. All right. Welcome to the second and final day of the Games for Change Festival. So we ended day one on a high note with the annual G4C Awards ceremony. Let's go. Yeah, we good? Guys, we good? All right, no, I'm not. I'm talking to my teleprompter. Let's start over. We're good. Okay, so every year we invite our community to submit games to the awards. And this year, I mean, it's really remarkable that we had a record number of submissions. We had over 300 submissions, but get this, from 53 countries, right? And last night we honored 13 winners across 16 categories. We had Stay Alive, My Son, Chapter 1 and 2, from Umi Studios was named Game of the Year. Also won Best Impact and Best Narrative Awards. I mean, really, really remarkable piece. Let's give them a round of applause. So this groundbreaking virtual reality experience combines cinema and gaming, taking viewers on an interactive, emotional odyssey that follows a painful journey through locked memories, family separation, and redemption. We also celebrated our 4 special award nominees. Elisa Sweetman received the G4C Vanguard Award in recognition of her dedication to charity fundraising and social impact. Twitch won the G4C Giving Award for its commitment to rallying users to support non-for-profits and innovative charity tools for creators that has helped the Twitch community raise millions of dollars for a wide range of causes. Minecraft and Mojang Studios received the Industry Leadership Award for celebrating 15 years of unparalleled influence on the sandbox game genre, and they have empowered millions of players worldwide to build, explore, and collaborate in ways before we've never imagined. And then we have our brand new indie breakout game, which went to Venba, which is a thought-provoking representation of the immigrant experience. Other award winners included Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, A Highland Song, Headlines in High Water, The Plastic Pipeline, Soul Paint, MLK, Now is the Time, Student Project, Paco Pomo, and the board game Daybreak. So let's give a round of applause for all of our amazing G4C Award winners. And remember, you all can take advantage of checking out these games and these VR experiences on the second floor at the G4C Arcade, which will be open after the session through to, I think, about 5 o'clock. All right, when I was up here on stage yesterday, I shared my hope that each one of you will take away from these 2 days a new contact, a new idea, or a learning opportunity to follow up on. And today's the day to make sure that happens. And I know it often helps to share a goal and set it with someone. So now I want you to do just that. I want you to turn to the next person to you and share one thing you're hoping to take away from the festival or a person you're hoping to connect with. All right? Try to be specific. Maybe the person next to you can help. All right. 30 seconds. Go. All right. All right, all right, all right. Thank you, everyone. I never can get these like icebreakers to end. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Leah. All right. Thank you, everyone. New connections made, ideas solidified, goals set. All right, let's make it happen today. So as we head into day 2, we're going to kick things off in a few minutes with keynotes from UN Live and the Museum of the UN, and also with UNICEF. So in between the main stage talks, please to check out our concurrent panels, which are on the Star Foundation. They're in room 105, I think it is. We have workshops, we have our topic tables at lunch, and of course, we have the G4C Awards Arcade. And to keep up with all the highlights, please follow Games for Change on all our socials, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, and now TikTok, and tag us in your posts. So now let's get to the first session of the day. This conversation promises to be as enlightening as it is inspiring. We have the privilege of hosting Katja Iversen. She's the CEO of the Museum for the UN, and also Kumi Nadu, Payne Distinguished Lecturer at Stanford University, but he's also been the former Secretary General of Amnesty International and the first person from the Global South to lead Greenpeace International. And these two visionary leaders will share their insights on how to harness popular culture for positive action. And they will lay out a roadmap for leveraging influential power of popular culture to foster positive change and for the sustainable development in our increasingly polarized world. So please welcome to the stage our panelists. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it is an honor to be here and to kick us off on this beautiful day. My name is Katja Iversen and I'm the CEO of UN Live, as Susanna said. We are an agile cousin to the United Nations, working with popular culture, music, film, gaming, sports, food, fashion, because we know that that is what influences the many people, opinions, behavior, norms. And if we want to see a sustainable world, we can't just move the few a little or a lot, but we've got to move the many. So that's what we do. We work to create that feeling of a global we, of belonging and of caring, of empathy. In a world that's becoming more and more polarized, we need that more than ever. And it is amazing what popular culture can do in that regard, and not least gaming. And it has just been wonderful to be here, to kind of listen and learn and be inspired. With me, I have Kumi Nadu, who is a troublemaker. Of the best kind. You know, a human rights activist, a climate justice activist, and a change maker. And we will have a fire chat, which is very, appropriate in the place that the world is in on fire. A conversation about that power of popular culture and how we can leverage it to move the world in the right direction. And share some examples. But, of course, this is gaming. Gaming for good, so, reflecting on what the game's influence has had on me. I'm a Duolingo girl, va bene. Every day I get my Italian lesson. I love my Wii. I love, there's so many elements of gaming, past, present, and future. So, it is just a much bigger thing in our lives. What about you, Kumi? How's gaming in your life?
I'm going to say you're much more with the program than I am. Gaming for me goes back to board games. And board games are a very big part of my childhood. Even growing up working class in apartheid South Africa, you had access to snakes and ladders, Ludo. Most young people don't know these games anymore. And so on. And I had a personal experience recently when I had a traumatic loss in my family, and my grandson, part of what gave him a lot of support was being able to play Fortnite and to have a whole lot of things around Fortnite, because he and his dad used to play Fortnite and it was a real bonding thing. So I've come to realize that actually amongst the many things that the gaming industry can offer to the world, one of the things it can offer is a huge contribution to addressing one of the biggest issues that we face right now, which is a growing global mental health and well-being crisis.
So do you play Fortnite with your grandchild?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not that skilled. I have tried to ask him to teach me, but I'm too slow for him.
Kumi, you are an activist and an artivist, and you're that social impact focused guy who've been doing it your whole life. Just for all of us, what is it arts and culture can do, including gaming, in changing the world?
So Katya, after about 45 years of activism, starting at the age of 15 against the anti-apartheid struggle, I've come to realize that one of the biggest mistakes that activism makes is that we focus all our attention on the brain. Our narratives are all aimed at facts, figures, science, policies, and so on. And what Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and people like him teach us, that actually you can bypass the brain and go straight to the heart and weaponize all sorts of hate that exists in the world. So today, the challenge for those that are seeking change is not to tell lies like many politicians do, but is to stay truthful, but recognize that people are not moved primarily by science. Like in the climate struggle in particular, we are so focused on science and policy and so on, and that's not breaking through. And when we look at struggles for justice around the world, especially where you have large numbers of people not being able to read and write because of educational disenfranchisement, that you look at, and in my case in South Africa, the role that arts and culture played in moving, educating people, in moving them into action has been critical. And today, I would argue, the one-liner that I say in virtually every speech goes something like this: harnessing the power of arts and culture on its own will not deliver us salvation from the climate crisis and the intersecting crises. However, failing to harness the power of arts and culture almost guarantees that we're going to fail. And as far as I'm concerned, gaming today is one of the most critical parts of popular culture, and those of us who are seeking change will be completely stupid not to embrace its power in its fullest sense.
Gaming holds the power of radical change.
Yeah. And you know, just to throw a question to you, one of the things that UN Live Museum for the United Nations, on whose board I serve, has been talking and engaging in the area of gaming for at least 2 years now. And I know we've had conversations with different companies in the space, but you've also been doing some interesting testing and conversations with young people, particularly in China. So I thought it would be helpful to
Sure.
share that with the audience.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have been working on it because it is one of those popular culture movements that, you know, should not, cannot, may not be ignored, even if some people just say it's for fun and giggles. I also have to say that being up in the arcade yesterday and losing my sense of time and just kind of getting into it was just probably one of the most inspiring afternoons I've had for a long time. But what we have done at UN Live, and we'll be doing a lot more of, including with Susanna and Games for Change, is we did work, and we do work in China. We have worked with the Chinese International School to build and prototype games with students, to expose a lot of young people for the opportunity to both learn about the Sustainable Development Goals, but also learn about the power of gaming and to try it out. Often we see that the theory and the practice are separate, but here the whole learning and the doing with industry folks proved really, really measurably changing. So, you know, how do we turn the hyper-casual gamers into hyper-casual social activists and also play the game, you know, that you like to protect the planet that you love? So throwing some of those challenges to to a lot of young people in China, and now beyond that has been extremely enlightening and has more than whet the appetite on continuing in this. And we'll get back to how. But first, I would like to share, or ask you to share, Kumi, an example of, and it's not from gaming, but it is really how can we hack the systems? How can we take the behavior change we need with the cultural genre we love, whether it's music or film or arts or gaming, and work with a vehicle that can really engage? Would you tell us all about the Sounds Right?
So one of the things that traditional activism does is imagines that it knows the answers to most of the problems, and it goes to the people and communicates with people of stand up and do this, mobilize and do that. Sounds Right is a different approach, but before I tell you about it, I just want to quickly try a trick question. How many of you know who was the first musical performer in the history of the planet?
And you cannot look at the screen right now.
If anybody who's heard the question for the first time, you want to shout it out? Who was the first musical performer in the history of the planet?
Nature.
Okay, nature. So it's waves and waterfalls and whales and birds and other animals, volcanoes, and so on. And so if we, those of us who are not musicians, go to the close to 2 billion plus people on Spotify and other streaming platforms with a message of advocacy and say you should do A, B, and C, they don't have a real incentive to embrace us, right? But if we can get musicians who they love, they get joy from and so on, to send a message to bring them closer to the sustainability and the climate change agenda, that is seemingly a better approach. So UN Museum for the United Nations has been working for the last year and a bit to bring together a range of musicians who use the sounds of nature in their music, right? So when they publish the songs, it will say Katja Iversen featuring nature, right? So we, just in the run-up to Earth Day this year at the United Nations, we launched with the first 20 of the artists who have already used the sounds of nature. We've launched it, and in the first 2 weeks, it was, so you can imagine now, featuring nature became one of the most popular artists on Spotify, and for the first 2 weeks, it was the number one in the 1% top performing artists, right? Now the idea there is really to meet people where they are, right? So if billions of people are on that platform, just as billions of people are in gaming, we need to be respectful of where they are and try to understand the consciousness that they have and not try to project our consciousness onto them. The other good thing about the Sounds Right initiative is that, let's just say Katja produces a song and uses 5% of the sounds of nature in that song, then 5% of the proceeds of that song goes into a global fund to support First Nations, indigenous peoples, and frontline communities' efforts at protecting biodiversity and recovering biodiversity. The projections are that in 2 years' time, we will be raising about $40 million a year to actually support these efforts. So while the initiative of Sounds Right is really about consciousness change and popular culture shift, it's nice to also have a particular positive effect that we can resource the works of frontline communities and indigenous peoples. Thanks.
Yeah, so now nature actually owns her own sounds. So if you want to listen to the waves, the wind, or the thunder, or the whales, you will be doing good just by listening. Can I just show this one? Because it's actually pretty cool.
Listen. Imagine if these sounds were featured every time we listen to this. So nature can finally be credited for her work and receive funds for her own conservation. Nature is now officially an artist and is collaborating with some of the biggest names in music. It's time to become a fan of nature. All you have to do is listen. How does that sound?
Sounds right. So why bring that up at a gaming event? Well, one, we're taking this into the gaming universe now. So, aren't these concerts going to happen on the gaming platforms? Apart from, Glastonbury this weekend and some of the other big festivals. But also, can we find together, this is a challenge, some, kind of that intersection of the behavior change we need for the many people doing what we can for a sustainable world. And I'm not talking, a bleak, dark, boring world. I'm talking the hopeful, green, wonderful, where there's a lot more togetherness. Can we kind of find that game that can do that or develop it together? And can we also find the vehicle that can get it out and involve the really many people? If we can get some kind of revenue as we get on the royalties on this, more power to it. But it's mainly the behavior change of the many in a sustainable direction we as you and I would be looking for. So big challenge to all of you. So Kumi, you, and I also want to say, right now the artists are calling us because the artist actually has shot up to the top of the charts. Nature has. So you will see a lot more. If you're into dance, Disclosure will be coming with a dance track in a minute. And there's a lot more artists coming along from all over the world, because this is not just a global north, global minority work. This is everybody. But time flies when we're having fun. Kumi, you have that extensive experience in activism of all kinds. Both the very physical one of gluing yourself to I don't know what, but also, kind of challenging both the big powers, the big money, the big politics in making change, and activism. Looking at the audience we have, the people we have, both here and online, what's your ask and advice? Because we all have inherited power, and we can all use it for something good. And if not us, then who? What would you be asking people to do?
Okay, thanks, Katja. So first, I should just say, anybody who has access to Taylor Swift, please connect us with her, because I think she'll give Sounds Right a big boost. But the idea behind what we're doing is to bring in emerging artists as well as established artists, because I think both can cross-pollinate each other. So one of the things the gaming industry often will say is that to enter this industry and to be part of it as a gamer and a participant, it's quite easy. All you need is a cell phone, Wi-Fi access, and a computer. And that's true. It makes it very, very accessible. So one of the things I wanted to say to the young people here, bring into the gaming space a much deeper sense of equity. What I mean by that is, yes, it is more accessible than most things, but bear in mind, on telephone access, 1/3 plus people in the world don't have access to telephone. Another 1/3 don't have access to Wi-Fi, and those that have access don't have the kinds of access that gives you the kind of quality to play gaming for a prolonged period of time. And then, of course, in terms of computer access, a much larger number do not have access. So what I'm saying to young people in particular, do not accept the world that we live in as the norm and the status quo. Push back on it. Also recognize that we know that the algorithms in terms of AI and machine learning, some of which have presence in the gaming space, that these reflect the people in the world which dominate the industry. And I want to say the uncomfortable thing today, when we talk about Global South and Global North, the Global South is where the overwhelming global majority of people live. And therefore, if you're going to get this right, you really need to be looking at how we deal with the fact that we could end up with approaches that are structurally racist or structurally excluding. So please take that challenge up as part of what you do. But I want to just end with a more general message to young people with this view. Young people today must recognize that my generation has failed you, that we have not been able to deliver the solutions in terms of climate change on time. We have not been able to move the gender equity or the economic justice agenda forward as much as we need to. So I say to young people today, the most important message is, please do not put any further faith into my generation, because we are the biggest bunch of losers you're going to find anywhere on the planet, right? But instead, imagine a world that is quite different from what you find before you. Because basically the most important thing that arts and culture and young people can give to the world right now is a sense of imagination. It's a sense of imagining a different world where there's less conflict, greater justice, more unity, more compassion, and so on. And we need young people to bring their technological skills, but also their freshness of their lenses to addressing old intractable problems that we seem to have been unable to do. So to young people, I say, own this industry, lead this industry, bring your fresh ideas, and be part of securing your future and your children's future by making sure that you use your skills for a fundamental public purpose and for protecting current and future generations' life on this planet. Just to end on a positive note, all of you are worried about saving the planet. Don't worry about saving the planet. The planet is absolutely just fine. Because if we continue the way we are, the end result is we will be gone, the planet will still be here. And the good news is, once we become extinct as a species, the forests will recover, the oceans will replenish, and so on. So don't worry about saving the planet. Understand that the challenge before us is to secure our children and their children's future, and let's use every bit of capability, including gaming, to advance us to secure that goal. Thank you very much.
Well, I had 3 advice, but kind of after that, who would ever? My ask is, become a friend of nature. She's right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the Senior Director of G4C Learn, and I'm really excited to welcome you to the next session. It's a transformative session with Dr. Shuli Gelatz, a leading voice in the field of children's digital media and design. Dr. Gelatz is the Program Officer in Child Rights and Business Team at UNICEF, and she's going to present Designing for Well-Being in Digital Play. It's possible. Dr. Gelatz will introduce the RITEC 8 framework and design guide for business. She's going to explore the synergy between child rights and well-being and how these can be seamlessly integrated into the design process. With insights from UNICEF and the LEGO Group, this session promises to offer groundbreaking strategies for creating digital environments where children can not only survive, but thrive. Please welcome Dr. Shuli Galitz.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, it's great to be here. My name is Shuli Galitz, and I'm from the UNICEF Child Rights and Business Team, where we work with industry to promote child rights. And today I'm going to be talking about designing for well-being in digital play, because it's possible. And I'll explain all about it in a second. So, I don't know how many of you were in this situation, but your nephew beat you at FIFA. It was really bad for your ego, but incredible for his. You had a fantastic time laughing and shouting, playing soccer or football in other places, and rooting for your team. There were songs and dances, some tense moments, cries for joy, and jumping on the couch. And then he won. And even though you would have liked to say you let him, you really didn't. It was a day for the history books. So when you have moments like these, we know digital play can provide well-being, joy, excitement, a sense of accomplishment, personal connection. For some, it could be when immersing in this kind of experience, or for others in long magical quests filled with puzzles and strategy. And for others, planning and building whole worlds, whether it's Minecraft or Sims. It can be the time alone to dive into flow, or the time together to connect with friends and family, close and far. We know this, all of us here, because we feel it, because we play. How can we convey these ideas to others who aren't familiar with it and may be wary of gaming? How do we create more play experiences that promote well-being for children? So I want to share the Right Tech project and how we're trying to do that. I work at UNICEF, and UNICEF is the UN organization working to advocate for and protect children's rights. And these are children's rights. The Convention of the Rights of the Child defines the basic rights of children. It's the most ratified treaty in history, which was created in 1989, and places primary responsibility on states. But it also acknowledges the accountability of parents, teachers, and institutions, business. And that's what we're trying to address with this project. So what are the implications when you look at the Child Rights Convention to digital technologies? Well, originally there weren't much. I mean, you could have kind of look at it and say, okay, there are some impacts. But in 2021, General Comment 25 passed and basically made children's rights true in the digital world formally. So now everyone is obliged to comply with child rights also in the digital world. And for example, that means the right to be protected from all kinds of exploitation, the right to leisure and play, that is a child right, the right to education, the right to obtain appropriate information, and the right to freedom and thought of expression, and finally, the right to privacy. So all these are part of the Child Rights Convention, and we, as developers of games, have to take that into consideration. And what is UNICEF doing here, and why are we part of this? So we're promoting responsible business conduct in the digital environment. We do it both kind of in a global way and in a short way. I just want to tell the people in the back that the slide has changed. So what is UNICEF's approach? In a global level, we work with industry to create tools for them to help them promote children's rights by creating child rights impact assessments or by creating guidance. But we also work locally with the different country offices and national committees which take those tools and translate them to many languages to work with local businesses to help promote each country where we see differences, of course, when we talk about industry and about children working and engaging with industry. But this project actually talks about well-being. That's always a big question. People tell me, you're in UNICEF, why are you talking about child rights? Why are you talking about well-being? And I'd like to kind of explain what we're talking, because well-being is defined in many different ways. So it's related to child rights, but it's not the same thing. Child rights, as I just explained, are legal principles of how children should or should not be treated. Well-being, there's objective well-being and subjective well-being, is an individual state of how a child is experiencing life. And I'll try to explain that a bit more. So you can have all your rights and still not feel happy and hopeful about the future. And we've seen so many reports about children worldwide who are actually in developed countries and they have rights and they have everything they need, but their well-being is not in a place we want it to be. And the opposite is true too. Sometimes you have children that may not have all the things they need, but they actually are more hopeful about the future and have more joy in life. So that's why we kind of look at these two different concepts and try to understand how to support them. So welcome to RITEC. RITEC is a Responsible Innovation in Technology for Children project. It is an international, multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder, cross-sectorial and collaboration inspired by a collaboration between UNICEF and the LEGO Group and sponsored by the LEGO Foundation. So like I said, it's grounded in the idea that the design and development of digital technology should support both rights and well-being of children. And it's focused on, equipping industry and policymakers with the tools and the knowledge to both protect and promote children's well-being in the digital age. So we're looking at well-being as we put a spotlight on the child's experience. So in RITEC, we actually went out and talked to children and asked them, what does well-being mean for you? Of course, in an age-appropriate language. How do you feel when you're playing? And it's important to understand we're talking about digital play and gaming because there are many, many parts and aspects of children and technology. So why are we focusing on gaming or in digital play? Well, play is one of the most important ways in which children interact with the world and develop essential knowledge and skills. And there's a huge body of child development research to support that. It's also a child's right. So we know play is important. But what happens in digital play? Well, children, and any of you that work with children know this, they treat digital play the same as physical play. And they expect the same to happen. So if they go to a playground and play, they know it was designed for them. It's safe. They don't have to worry about it. It's for their age. It's in their context, in their neighborhood. And that's kind of what they expect in digital play, too. But we know that's not the case. So we feel this is an important context and a great opportunity to address this issue. The RITEC project is a multi-year project that had 4 stages. Originally, it was supposed to be a waterfall. That never happens. So the first 2 phases are research phases. The first phase, we went out to create the RITEC Wellbeing Framework by talking to children all over the world. We collaborated with many academic institutions, and this stage was led by Innocenti Office of Research and Foresight, which is a UNICEF group. The second phase, another research phase, it was to empirically validate the findings by exploratory research with children. So we took the framework back and looked kind of to see if it really holds. So in these 2 stages, we worked with 787 children, ages 8 to 12 more or less, and that's really important because what we're going to talk about is really for that age group, from 18 countries: Albania, Australia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Chile, China, Cyprus, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Pakistan, South Africa, Taiwan, Tanzania, Tunisia, UK, Uruguay, and the United States. The third phase is an internal LEGO phase, where LEGO, the partner in the project, looks at this work and tries to apply it with their products And any of you who will be here around this afternoon will hear more about some of the things they find, which is really interesting. And the fourth phase is what we're working on now, which is developing guidance for industry. So we have all this work, and now what do we do with it? How can we help designers design for well-being in digital play? So these are some pictures from our phase 1 report, working with children to understand what well-being is for them. And we use, of course, age-appropriate research methods, drawing, discussions to understand what they're thinking. In the second phase, we actually use 3 different research methods: qualitative, quantitative, even psychophysiological methods, to really understand how they feel when they play the games and if it maps to the digital framework we created. And we did a few changes to the new framework. So what is the Right Tech 8 framework? Here it is. I'm excited to share our work. And it has 8 different elements that came up from the work with children. So when we talk to children to ask them, what do you think? Like, what is well-being? They said safety and security is key. So this came from children. They want to be in a safe environment. It's not something that we as UNICEF or any other organization come and say, oh, you have to be safe when you're designing for kids. They want that. And frankly, so do adults. And looking here at the Digital Thriving Playbook people who will talk about that later. But they also talked about additional outcomes that make up well-being in the eyes of children in digital play, like autonomy, social connections, competence, and creativity. So that's where we started mapping this out. And the first one is, of course, see the purple brick on the top is safety and security. So that's really kind of the basis of it all. And that's why we chose that brick. It's the standard. You have to have that. You have to have a safe environment in order to have well-being. The second one, is it going? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that's pretty obvious, especially to this crowd. So both in terms of accessibility, so everybody has access, but also in terms of just seeing different kinds of people in the world and their needs and feeling you have representation in the game. The next one is emotions, the red heart. And in emotions, we're talking about the ability to experience all kinds of emotions and actually learn to regulate the emotions, which is counterintuitive to what people think happens in gaming, but really is a process that happens. The next one is competence, so it's about learning and also perceived competence. So when you understand that you're learning more and you're growing and you develop that kind of confidence. Creativity, of course, and this has been discussed yesterday many times by all speakers, and I'm sure today as well, where you're creating a space where children can create new ideas and get their imagination going. And we have relationships. When we designed this one, we weren't sure if it was somebody connected to 2 others or like a person, but you can imagine what this is. So of course, playing with others close and far in the same room online, but also sometimes it's just being on your own. Relationship with yourself. After a day interacting with so many people, which really what you need for your well-being. So relationships is an important part of this. Identities is kind of in the core of the cube, which you can see is figuring out who you are. Trying to kind of experience different kinds of identities and go through that process, which is incredibly important for all of us, but especially for children this age. All these come together, and this is the Right Tech 8. But it's important to remember that you don't need all of these elements, and I'll get to this critical point. I mean, safety and security, yes, you always have to have a safe environment, but you may just have one of the elements and kind of dive in to create that kind of experience and really create a wonderful digital play experience that promotes well-being. So, how does this framework translate into play mechanics or game mechanics? So 12-year-old Ethan from Australia was playing Legend of Zelda and said this: "The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out. I really love that game. And actually, I also think it's helping me with my school in a way. It's because the game encouraged thinking and a lot using critical thinking and stuff. It's because there are always puzzles, you need to create things and try to figure out a way around things. I guess that game was designed so that everyone would play differently and they have their own way of doing things. Autonomy. So we see from Ethan how he's talking about having freedom of choice, doing things his own way. And he also sees that different people do it their own way. He also has experience of control and agency, which he really loves, to figure out the puzzles and continue doing what he does. So that's just one way where these game mechanics promote autonomy and help him with well-being. So for 10-year-old Liana, the need to be with, connect, do, and create with friends appeared to be central to her digital play activities. In these contexts, social connection was categorized by relational practices that included building and showing buildings in Minecraft, to receive feedback from others, and collaborate with others to achieve particular goals. So we can see how Minecraft supports many aspects of well-being, but relationships is a big one. So experience connectedness with others, manage these social connections, and whoever plays Minecraft knows that there's one friend that keeps ruining it for everybody. How do you deal with that? Feel that they belong and be aware of others. People do things differently, and this is what we learn through this game, or just one of the things we learned through this game. So some things that are very important to remember with this framework, and I can't really dig into it, but of course, we'll talk later about how you can read more. First of all, not all games are equal in terms of their potential to contribute to well-being. I'm not saying all of gaming promotes all well-being for all children. There's no such thing. Different games may support different dimensions of well-being depending on their design. And this is critical. There's no one game that can do everything at once for all children, just as all children do not have the same needs. Gaming had the greatest gains in our research for children who responded, when they responded to children's needs or unique interests. And this changed from child to child in different cultures. So if you're lacking something in your life and that game has that dimension in it and designed, you experience more well-being than others. And we identified in our report 11 digital play drivers, which are like play motivations that gaming features and mechanics can support. So again, if you're supporting a specific driver for children that they want and they need, you are likely to have more well-being gains than other situations. But finally, the design challenge, and I'm talking to the designers here, is understanding what positive play experiences can look like for different children. Okay, there's no one play experience, and we know that from user-centered design and from UX, but it's even more critical when we look at children and well-being. Design choices and mechanics can support these. We just have to understand what we're looking for and to figure out which mechanics we're going to use to support that in the gameplay. So, how might we as UNICEF and the LEGO Group aid designers to implement design for children's well-being and digital play? So, we believed that we do that by working with the design industry, the design community. So, I'm going to go back. We reached out to 40 companies all over the world through our country offices and national committees and talked to designers and asked them, how can we help you design games for kids that promote well-being? And they were like, what's well-being? Okay, that's a good answer. We have to start by explaining what that is and what you can do. And we've been working together with designers to promote this. So we've had ideation workshops, and some of the people here in the audience and build prototypes and discussed and tried to map out our different stakeholders. And what we found is that designers, managers, and trust and safety professionals are all very interested in this. It's a great time to be doing this work, so this is for all of you out there. But they're not going to read our 60-page research, which is a bummer, because it's an awesome research paper. I encourage you all to read it. They want small tools with nuggets of information that support stages in the design process. So if they're in certain stages in the design process, they want something that will help them now. They want concrete guidance, but also theory to back it up so they can go and tell other people, oh, but research has shown. And they want examples and case studies to be inspired and learn from. And they want to hear from children because they don't have the time and budget to do so. So we started working on designing a prototype and sent it out to people, and maybe there are other people here in the crowd that knows that, from 10 design teams worldwide for feedback. These are the countries we worked with, and believe me, you cannot have one time slot to schedule with all these different time zones. So that was a challenge. But we got great feedback on our prototype, and we also collaborated with some of the fabulous people working here, both with the Fair Play Alliance, or with their new name, which they'll introduce later today, the Joan Gans Cooney Center, and this is from GDC, where we're trying to work with industry to understand the needs and also how people will use this, and we're also going to collaborate with them. We are going to create the RITEC Design Toolbox. So I'm going to show you a little sneak peek before we're done. This is just kind of the beginning to understand what we're going for, what are those little nuggets we're working on to help designers. And if you have any ideas about this, please write them down, and I hope I can get your feedback later. So again, we're working to support the design process, so to create something that designers can use in the different stages of the design process. We're going to develop an executive summary, and that's not as lame as it sounds. But one of the challenges for designers was to get buy-in from executives for this kind of work. Time, money, just to figure out that it's okay to be thinking about well-being for children, and it's not hindering the business, it's actually helping the business. So that's what we're working on creating for designers so they can do this kind of work. Again, if you want to help with that, let me know. We're working together with the Digital Thriving Playbook initiative and hope to add to their guide a part about designing for well-being of children in digital play. We're going to have infographics, which people can download, hang in the office, share, and discuss this issue. Again, without reading the 60-page report, you will still have access to these ideas, so you can start thinking about it and create a common language and vocabulary to discuss well-being in the design process. And we're working on a list of gaming features for well-being. So what are the gaming mechanics or features we can incorporate for well-being, and how we can use them? So if you're a designer or a design team and you're working on a specific feature, you can understand how that helps well-being or hinders it, and it can help you with the design process. And finally, we'll have this long Q&A doc for all the questions which we're getting from design teams all over the world, so kind of try to anticipate some of the challenges and what they need for that. So these are little parts of our RITEC Design Toolbox, and it's all work in progress. So as all this time we're continuing to work on this and grow with our community of practice, we work in conferences, workshops, global events like this. And the idea is to really understand how we can have impact, because there's no point of doing this work if it's not going to help industry. So in that kind of line of thought, I'd like to invite you to join us, contribute your feedback, and help us make this a better project that could really support industry. We have this lovely QR code, and if you're interested in joining this work, please take a picture, fill in the form, and I'll send you an email, and we'll continue to work together. And you can inform our next stage, because what our next stage basically is more design community feedback for our prototypes, which we're working on. We're going to then finish the toolbox development and finish its production, and hopefully, not hopefully, we will launch the launch of the RITEC Design Toolbox in fall 2024. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me, and thank you.
We're going to dive into transformation, from the spark of player passion to the blaze of global change. I'm going to be joined on stage by Kirk Moosney. He's the Senior Community Manager of Education and Social Impact at Unity. Darcy Gutierrez, who is both an alumni and a current faculty member at Urban Arts. And Sarah Tico, the founder of Hatsumi. These speakers are going to navigate the vast Unity ecosystem where gamers shed their consumer skins to don the mantle of creators. It's a place where passion fuels creation, and immersive experiences are not just played, but brought to life and shared across the globe. This is where Unity for Humanity comes into play, empowering the new generation to harness their creativity for the greater good. Get ready to be inspired, to learn, and to change the world, one game at a time. Welcome to From Player Passion to Global Impact, a journey of creation, learning, and change. Here they come.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming to our panel. We only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to jump right into it. I'm Kirk Moosney. Thank you for the wonderful intro, Leah. Senior Community Manager at Unity, but today's not about me. It's about these two lovely women. Unity for Humanity, we try our hardest to amplify creator impact, and it's a hard job, even in a big spaceship like Unity, but we have wonderful creators like Sarah and Darcy who really shine bright and really inspire us at our team, because without creators like you two and everybody out in the crowd, we wouldn't have a job, and we really need that after all the Unity news. But yeah, today's panel is just about talking about your stories. Creating for impact is a difficult journey, but it's also a beautiful one. And I think we have two wonderful examples from our Unity for Humanity ecosystem that really inspire and is kind of just a great way to reference your point in your journey, and then listening in on their story and kind of just like feeling inspired today and feeling good. How does that sound? Yeah? Great. So, to my very left, Darcy Gutierrez. We'll start with you, and Sarah, we'll get to you in just a second. But Darcy, I was just at your old school at Urban Arts down the street on West 20. I forgot the address, but shout outs to Urban Arts if you're in this crowd. Yeah. Darcy, you've had a wonderful story. You're BAFTA nominated. You are a wonderful faculty member at Urban Arts, and you make amazing things. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey and how you got here?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Darcy, as wonderfully introduced. Thank you. My experience with Unity really started when I was 16. I was a wee lad. And I was a sophomore in high school, and essentially I was studying traditional art, actually. I was making these huge oil paintings. I was going to Art and Design High School in Midtown, and I was like, wow, I love art. Is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? ? Like, I really loved illustrating. I loved the craft of art, but I felt like I could take it further, and I wanted to explore that. And just at the perfect time, my sophomore illustration teacher, he gave me a flyer. He was like, "You'd like this." I'm like, okay, thanks. I'll go to the info session. And it was for Urban Arts. So ultimately, Urban Arts, for those that may not know, is a nonprofit that really focuses on providing a quality computer science education for free through game design and development. So that experience, ultimately, as a person that I loved playing games, and I just was like, okay, I guess I could do this. I could try it out and figure out maybe this is for me. And immediately the second I got there, I was like, this is it. Like, this is exactly what I was waiting for and hoping and wishing for, because not only was I able to kind of explore a different part of me with programming and just learning that, but also learning that I can also take my visual art further with games. Games was just kind of the perfect outlet for me. And ultimately just the community of Urban Arts and understanding that games was the outlet that I really needed for myself just was perfect for me. Especially as a person who I'm born and raised in New York City, in Brooklyn. Especially, for most of my life, I grew up in the Brownsville projects, which for those that may not know is just kind of one of the worst in the city. And growing up there, the opportunities were kind of like, oh, here is a babysitting job. Here is the McDonald's down the street needs help. And it felt very limiting. Like I walked into the lobby of my building that used to kind of be an old tenement building. It was just like, I feel like I'm stuck. And I want to have the freedom to explore and figure out what possibilities there are for me. And that's where urban arts really came in. Ultimately, that moment in my life really opened up the understanding that the education that I received at urban arts was very rare. It was very rare, and I'm extremely privileged to have gotten that experience for free. And ultimately, I'm now working there at Urban Arts because I'm so passionate about providing those opportunities for more and more students, especially knowing like I love games so much, and I know that the industry is a bit closed at the moment, but providing this accessibility to learning about how to make games and how to create experiences is one of a kind. And accessibility to that is so important. So I love being a teacher and being there for my students to give them the same opportunities that I got as well.
That's amazing. And you bring up a good point, because right now the industry at large is in a weird spot. How do you talk to your students and like kind of inspire them, but also stay real with them? Because making impact itself is just a difficult journey through games, but then the games industry is not in the greatest place right now. So how do you work with that?
The industry definitely is in a rough spot right now, and I know a lot of my students definitely talk to me about it. One thing that I know and I want to make sure to tell them is that we cannot control everything that's happening outside of our lives. We could not have ever predicted like what was going on in the industry or how it would be where it is right now, but it's important. I'd like to make sure that my students know that they should just keep doing what they love. If you love what you're doing, keep making games. You have to keep making the thing that you love, because ultimately you never know what the opportunities will be moving forward. You can't control the matters that are outside of you, but you can control the way that you react to it and how you respond to what's going on. Yeah. So ultimately, keep pushing forward.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for telling your story, Darcy.
Thank you.
Sarah, hello.
Hi.
Are you ready to start your freestyle battle with me?
Oh, God.
I told her I'd...
Definitely not.
Okay, cool. We don't have the hip-hop gamer here to judge, so we can't do it.
We had our 8 Mile moment before we came on stage.
So Sarah, lovely to finally meet you in person in New York City. I've gotten to know you the past few days, but for the crowd, can you tell a little bit about your work? Sarah has a lovely project out in the arcade called Soul Paint. If you haven't gotten to try it, it's amazing. I want to spend like a couple hours just drawing in VR. Also, fun fact, so during the time that Rosario Dawson was collaborating with us for Unity for Humanity, I heard the story where you were like, hey, Unity, I heard Rosario Dawson is dope. Do you think Rosario could help us out? And it worked out, and Rosario lent her voice to Soul Paint, and that was kind of cool.
It was really cool.
It was really cool. So could you,
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Clap for Rosario.
So could you tell us a little about your story and how you got to where you are right now?
Yeah, all right. Winding right back.
Mom spaghetti. Remember.
Mom spaghetti. So I just wanted to be an anthropologist growing up. I just think people are really fascinating. So that's why I studied at university. And I guess it was just as I was graduating, my dad died of pancreatic cancer. And God, it was awful. And I think particularly that for it to happen at that moment when you're just kind of being released from academia into the world, where you're like, what do I do with my life? So I worked for the National Health Service very briefly and just kind of came home crying every day because it was so hard. Also, like, this was 2013 and everyone was faxing, which is wild. And I started volunteering in a gallery in Brighton in the UK, where I'm from, called Fabrica. And it's like an old church, and they commission site-specific installations. And that was like my introduction to immersive art. And I just loved being in this space and
people would just tell me what these installations meant to them and how it related to their own stories. And I think that was kind of my introduction into immersive, is kind of having these things that really can start conversations between people. So a few years later, I was really struggling. I think like grief does funny things to you, and I was like a little inside-out hedgehog that didn't really know how to deal with things. So I had what was, I guess, described as a psychotic episode, and I was actually in a doctor's office, kind of being palmed off on antipsychotics and being like, I think I'm just grieving. Like, I think I just need a hug. And apparently the statistic is on average you have about 11 seconds to describe how you feel to a healthcare professional before you're likely to be interrupted. And so I became really fascinated in how we can find new ways of telling stories and finding new ways of being heard. And I became really interested in VR as like a kind of beautiful metaphor for things like psychosis, and amazing projects that now exist like Goliath that really take you onto this world by Anagram. Please check it out, I think they're great. So I started learning a little bit about VR, and not just how it was being used to tell stories about lived experience, but how it can be used therapeutically as well. I ended up moving to Australia. I worked at a place called the School of Life for a little bit. I then got fired from the School of Life. And that's when I decided to kind of start my career in this space. And I met these incredible researchers from a place called the Black Dog Institute that have been using this amazing arts and health method called body mapping, which is this really amazing process where traditionally you would trace around your body on a large piece of paper and go through a mindfulness experience and kind of imagine, like, where do I feel anxiety in my body, or where do I feel pain, and how might you draw that? And I'm just really bad at drawing, but I'd love things like tilt brush, where you can fly through space and paint with fire, and it's just so emotive and empowering. And so I was like, how can we turn this into an immersive experience? So it's actually been about 7 years of developing it now, but I've been working with amazing co-production studio Monobanda based in the Netherlands, and my co-director Nikki Smith, who's been working in games and health for a long time. So we also work on Deep, which is a breath control game for anxiety regulation, and have been creating this process where we really embed scientists into that process and kind of have this artist-led approach, but where we have academics situated within the design context as well. So Soul Paint is currently a one-off narrative experience where you get to illustrate where you feel different emotions in your body. You get to describe it, you get to embody it and dance with it, and then you get to meet the drawings of other people that have gone through the experience as well. So yeah, Unity really helped us with our funding, and yeah, flipping Rosario, my goodness. He just totally transformed the piece. Yeah. And yeah, so this is a sort of example of, I guess, what we want to do with the piece, but what we want to do now is turn it into this embodied journaling experience where you can create an artwork every day, that you can share it with your friends, that you can take it to your care provider and say, I'm feeling pain here, what's up with that? And looking at how that can support in the diagnostic process, but also looking at how it can be used in preventative care. So we've just finished a big study at a library in the UK around how it can be used in starting conversations with the public around mental health and being able to create referrals into the NHS. And also I want to do more public installations where we can take the artworks generated in the piece and create terracotta armies of lived experience as well.
That's awesome. Give it up for Sarah. We only have 7 minutes left, and I don't think 20 minutes does justice for this panel, because I think you both shared very inspiring stories, but also like the journeys that are so disparate and it takes you to different places. Like for you, Darcy, growing up in Brownsville and seeing where you came from, and like having to find a way to get to urban arts and where you are now. And you know, for you, Sarah, thank you for being so vulnerable and sharing that story. And I think, you know, I can also relate to some of your experiences. And like, it's not easy to be where you are and get to this. Like, creation is a hard process in itself, but also like working through grief and becoming healthier again is such a beautiful journey in itself. So with 6 minutes left and trying to tie this all together, like, you know, with those disparate journeys and then tying it all up. And then we'll have time, if you see us outside in the hallway and want to talk to me, Darcy, or Sarah, please ask any questions. But the main takeaway for this panel is to just kind of talk about, like, what would you tell someone in the crowd if they were in their journey right now, and knowing your perspectives. Like, do you have any advice in the journey for trying to create your vision and make impact in the world with everything that's going on in your lives? Like, what really helped the most, or what's that one nugget of advice that you can give? And here you go, start.
After you.
Oh, okay. Well, ultimately, I think a creative process is something that's kind of part of oneself a bit, right? It's understanding a little bit about who you are and what speaks to you. Ultimately, I think that the most important thing to do is to just start creating. If you're ever like, oh, I have an idea for a game, but I don't know how it'll turn out, just start. Whatever you have in your brain, just start creating that. Ultimately, if you kind of stay in your mind, my experience is that I always go into loops if I just keep thinking about, oh, this great idea that I, haven't realized yet. It's so important to just go ahead and take the leap, as well as also understanding it's like, oh, I don't know if other people will like this thing that I'm making. Ultimately, if it speaks to you, it will speak to someone else, right? Ultimately, your experience most likely is something that is shared and that people can resonate with, and that's also important to know, right? Not everyone is also alone in this world. There's people out there that would love to see the things that you create.
Yeah, sorry, Sarah, we'll get to your advice. I saw a sweater walking down the street yesterday in New York City, and the sweater said in the back, "You're afraid of looking dumb in front of everyone, and it's okay." And I wanted to run a city block to chase that guy, and was like, I need to hear this more often. Please walk in front of me all the time. So as you were talking about that, I just thought of that sweater just now. Sarah, how about you?
Oh, it's a tough act to follow.
You got 4 minutes.
Okay.
This is life-changing advice.
Here we go. Gosh, I mean, it just takes a village, right? Like, there's so many incredible creators that are just whipping out games by themselves, and it's like, how is so much talent squeezed into one person? But there are so many different facets to what we're all doing, and it's developing things, it's learning to produce. Wow, learning on the job is fascinating. Learn how to write a budget and pitch and all those different aspects, but also finding the people with the right skills. And I think there's been moments where I've had to acknowledge I can't do it all alone, and that I think things have turned out so much better by finding people that I just love working with, that are just great friends and collaborators. I think just surrounding yourself with people that you want to be around. My favorite little nerdy proverb is, with patience and saliva, the ant devours the elephant.
Oh.
So that's my little word of advice, I guess. Hey. Have lots of saliva and patience, and hopefully it will work out in the end.
Is there a second part of that proverb where it tells you how long the ant eats the...
Years and years. You never stop eating the elephant.
Oh.
But I don't know where this metaphor is going.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you, too. We have 2 minutes left, and I don't know if I think we have time for maybe one question in the crowd, so I don't know where the microphone is in the crowd, but if someone wants to ask that one question, I think we can take one from the crowd. And also, give it up for Darcy and Sarah. I really appreciate y'all getting on stage and sharing your stories. Or not, we're here all day, but if there's something, anyone? Is everyone taking care of themselves, drinking lots of water? Don't drink too much coffee, and lunch is, oh yeah, the water bottle, very helpful. I drank mine with the label inside. Don't do that.
Extra fiber.
Oh, okay. My doctor said so. All right, well, I think that's it. Darcy, Sarah, thank you so much for being wonderful. Thanks to all of you on behalf of Unity. I've been really inspired this weekend, or this week, and I just want to say that thank you, Games for Change, for having us, and I just want to meet all of you, and if you see us outside, say hi. So thank you.
Thanks.
I'm the founder of Game Plan Consultancy, and I've also had the opportunity to curate the digital wellness track at this year's festival. In our next talk, Pulumi Basu invites us to delve into the heart of her art and activism. Through a rich tapestry of multidisciplinary mediums, she weaves stories that transcend boundaries and challenge the status quo. Basu's work is a powerful testament to the resilience of marginalized voices, and her exploration of intersectional feminism ignites a flame of hope in the darkest of times. Join us as we navigate the urgent landscapes of emergency, guided by Basu's unyielding commitment to justice and creativity.
Hi, thanks everyone for having me here. Quick note that although a lot of my work is about marginalized voices, such as myself, but it's important to know that no one's actually marginalized. People are deliberately silenced or repressed, or the voices of the oppressed. So, yeah. So, thank you for the introduction, Chris. It was very generous of you. So I am an Indian artist and activist. Thank you to Games of Change for having me here. I'm just going to quickly take you through two of my bodies of work that uses immersive storytelling and multidisciplinary mediums to sort of tackle stories and art about reproduction and resistance. This is a photograph from my body of work, Fireflies. That's me and my mother intertwined, sort of showing a sign of solidarity amongst brown bodies and communities. And I like to show this because it's a nice way to sort of start the body of work, because a lot of my work comes from a deeply personal space and my own lived experiences before spilling out into the world, because I believe that who you are as a person and your own lived experiences and your positionality is extremely important in the work that you go on to make in your life and your practice, and how you activate others and animate others. So growing up in Calcutta in India, I witnessed firsthand violence of rituals and traditions and customs against women in my own home. My grandmother and mother were both child brides and became very young widows, imprisoned by misogyny, patriarchy, and normalized traditions and violence. Aware of how this can turn into a form of gendered domestic violence, I became quickly personally committed to exposing this sort of abuse to multiple global audiences, because I felt it is a responsibility of each generation to ensure that we bear witness to our elders, our ancestors, and women who paved the path for us to make it easier for us, but also, and then take it forward and set the record straight. Blood Speaks, A Ritual of Exile, is a multidisciplinary large body of work, an umbrella project under which Maya, the Birth of a Superhero sits, which is in the arcade here, seeks to expose the horrific violence of menstrual exile practiced against Indian and Nepali women named Chopadi. It dictates that women who are menstruating and those who experience bleeding after childbirth are dislocated from their family unit and sent into exile to live in makeshift huts, separate rooms, because they are considered impure and therefore untouchable. Physical, social, emotional, psychological confinement and abuse. Exiled by their communities and families, women are refused access to water, to toilets, and must eat food scraps fed to them as though they were animals. They are exposed in every sense, often raped, abducted, assaulted, and even death from asphyxiation caused by fires that they're forced to light in their tiny, inadequate, ventilated spaces and huts. So I went across trekking in Nepal and India and found these women in 2013, which kind of started the project. This is Saraswati. She was 16 years old with her baby, which was 3 days born, and both the mother and the child were practicing menstrual exile. I'd like to play a trailer of the first VR3 films that I made. They were 360 live action films that I kind of made in collaboration with the women to sort of, in 2016? Yes, 2016, so we should play that. So these three immersive films and installations were sort of created to understand the practice of untouchability that happens to most women across the global south, especially in India and Nepal, but also especially Dalit women. And because Dalit rights are kind of similar to what Black lives and Black rights are here in the US, because it's you're kind of treated as an untouchable, not because of your class, but because of your caste, and it's something that is ascribed to you as soon as you're born. So it's not an achieved status, it's something you live with from the time you're born. So I know this sort of untouchability in many ways, for me, I knew, when I was showing this work to sort of global North and Western audiences, it seemed kind of remote from the concerns of the first world Northern citizens, festival goers and like gallery goers and spectators. So when I was building this big, large photographic body of work and VR work, I decided to sort of challenge this remoteness by collapsing these lived realities. We made like huge campaigns called To Be a Girl, using my work. So it was all about like, what does it mean to be a girl who's 16 and coming of age in India, in Nepal, and Uganda. And then we kind of made this big campaign to sort of build toilets and give reusable sanitary kits to women across these places. And we raised £2 million with the work to then facilitate sort of these sort of infrastructural facilitations for women of the global south. Manipulating the spatial sort of judgment of the viewers was important for me, and that's why I decided to make the piece in VR back in 2016, because it was important to sort of shift perceptions, to bring people closer to the women, their claustrophobia, their depression, and enforced physical isolation. Blood in this entire body of work is made to reference intimacy and interiority rather than spectacular violence. The blood of disease, of violence, of masculinity regulates a perception of worldwide conflict. Blood is often invoked by media to describe scenes of extreme violence, a usage that thrives on excessive visual evocation of blood. However, my work, Blood Speaks, is bloodless. Yet it makes us think about the invisible blood inside a woman's body, that fluid supplying oxygen and nutrients to cells, as well as generating potential for life and healing, and renews our understanding of intimacy and dignity. And it was important that the women in the work were able to reclaim their dignity and present themselves and invite the audiences into the world they wanted to be in, without my imposition as a director. So it was great to make the films because I could just leave the space and the women would just like reveal their sort of, a day in their life to you. If blood outside a body is rendered spectacular and is linked to rupture and immediate violence on the body, I decided to ponder on the quieter meaning of blood and how it relates to feminine experiences of reliance, intimacy, belonging, discrimination, and ostracism. Sticky and leaky are terms used by academician Sara Ahmed in her memorable book, The Culture of Politics of Emotions, about the affective states which plot blood as an archive of dignity and personhood rather than mere spectacle. And so too, I believe, is in the case of this work. I mean, in these slides, you can see that, it was incredible to have sort of stories about violence against women kind of get like mainstream sort of activations through WeTransfer back in like 2018 when they had just launched. The work kind of had its own momentum and was getting published literally all over the world through all like mainstream newspapers and every platforms. A project informed by feminist theory invested in a global dialogue to end oppressive gender regimes and dismantle whiteness. Blood Speaks is also about entering a logic of technology for me that is often associated with the gaming and the entertainment consumer culture. In terms of storytelling, for me personally, virtual reality is a complex, ambivalent, and yet powerful tool. But I used the technology not to rescue it from its sinister consumer purpose, but to collapse space-time divides, built upon a haptic intimacy between the protagonist and the viewer. The lives of the women depicted in Blood Speaks are really, really located on the margins of contemporary movement. Distancing myself from straightforward documentary techniques where my own presence and imposition is often a power and privilege in the lives of many of the women I encountered, that prized objectivity, that distance, that decisiveness, I transformed the marginality of these lives into a form of collective experience that I felt was inherently critical in the work. So these fluid meditations on gender, tradition, oppression, for me, often offers a novel means for the viewers to tackle ongoing issues linked to patriarchal regimes, misogyny, with greater clarity. Moreover, they allow for one to understand how women themselves are complicit in supporting the routine application of violence. Women are both victims, survivors, but also perpetrators. In 2016, Blood Speaks played a huge role in putting pressure on the governments of Nepal to ban the practice of menstrual exile, and the practice was finally made illegal in August 2018. Nonetheless, a huge amount of work remains to be done with offering women from communities that are marginalized to get better sanitation, hygiene, and reproduction justice. Because, as we know, this is beyond law and order issue. So I'm just gonna I think we're on to my. So this is a video when we showed the work in 2019, shortly before after the work, around the time when the law was changed, and we took it back to a really small but very generous film festival called Kathmandu International Film Festival, and we took the work back to the communities, and the women who are in the works came and saw their pieces. The ground mobilizers came.
Bringing out awareness to people that menstruation taboos and menstruation is nothing but a natural phenomenon. And I also personally feel that the government should also now start to see how this kind of project and how this kind of work should be promoted in coming days, because I think this is a great medium to reach out to a large number of people.
I mean, it's important for me in many ways that where the work is made and where the work in some ways belonged had to be brought back to the community, and activations were made. And it was just so incredible to form alliances with ground level activists, because real change doesn't happen by winning awards and taking yourself in high places thinking you're making change, but that's a false consciousness of change. Real change happens with daily organizing, with everyday organizing and aligning yourself with people who are at the front line of these movements on the ground level, making a real groundswell. So this is Anjana. When I met her, she was 16 years old in 2013 and practicing menstrual exile by her family. And when I went back in 2018, 2019, this time, she became a community mobilizer, and she stopped practicing the violence and stood against her family and her community, and is now creating a lot of activations within the work and community. So it's quite incredible to see bit by bit, little by little, how one person is activated and empowered, and then taking that forward and giving it back to other people within the community and the work. So yeah, that's when they first passed about the law being changed. So you can see there's a long, deep work, long, deep practice. And it's I feel like change is a term that is often used recklessly a lot. And I'm not a change maker, and neither am I a leader. I'm really simply a contemporary artist and an activist. But I feel like the work itself can sometimes take its own life and propels its own sort of activations, and takes a journey which then brings other people on board, and then you start sort of really seeing the impact and the value of the work. Which brings us next to Maya, the Birth of a Superhero, which is here up in the arcade. And this is a fictional piece. I've got 3.5 minutes. Okay. Now, the piece is just released in Meta Store, and these are some of the beautiful comments I've had. besides a lot of great comments as well, but especially from people and men in the global north, because I was told when I was making this work that these things do not happen in the West, and people are really like, people are not misogynist and patriarchal in the West, and things are more egalitarian here, but of course that's not true. So I just thought it's amazing that I make next level feminist garbage, and I feel like I own it now. And it's okay. And it's okay to make pieces that take people to really dark, dangerous places, to make work that people don't like, because you don't want to please everyone. You want to make work that is disruptive. You want to make work that stirs something and bring these people out on the surface, So I feel like the body today is at the center of radical and institutional politics. Feminist, anti-racist, trans, ecological movements, they all look at the body in its manifold manifestations as a ground of confrontation with the state and as a vehicle for transformative social practices. Concurrently, the body has become a signifier for reproduction crisis in the neoliberal turn in the capitalist development, and has also generated for the international surge and institutional repression of public violence. Maya examines these complex processes by placing them in the context of a brown South Asian body in history of the capitalist transformation of the body within the nature-nurture debate and the body being a work machine. Maya uses a single-player individual experience to look importantly at our inner climate, by which I mean why I decided to make an individual experience, because it's really important you take this journey on your own, because your inner climate and understanding your own inner climate, the body conceived in the collective and radical imagination, as well as the new sort of state and the capital are deploying in response to a mounting revolt against the daily attacks on the femme body and everyday reproduction and resistances. So it's important you have an inner experience before you can really start pulling that out in the world. This is an installation in Festival de Cannes, where we had the premiere of the work last year. I'm just going to speak over it while you see the installation. So I feel like Maya, without giving too many spoiler alerts, it is the process that the work itself confronts some of the most important questions for contemporary radical political works that are happening in the world today, especially from the global south. What does the body mean today as a category of social political action? What are the processes by which it has been constituted? How do we dismantle the tools by which our bodies have been enclosed, colonized, and collectively reclaim our capacity to govern them and go where there is love? So for me, Maya builds on this subversive power of the inner strength, the desire and the feeling to imagine the possibility of an active, sometimes irreverent, radical, sometimes raging hope. And thanks to building walls, making and defending kin, supporting flourishing, walking with questions, but definitely staying with the trouble. When people come into contact with their inner power, with their capacity to participate in something life-giving, they often become more militant. Militancy, for me, I know, is a loaded term for many, many people in the world, evoking images of toxic masculinity, machismo, and militarism. But for us as women, militancy also means combativeness and a willingness to fight. But fight might look a lot of different things. It might mean the struggle against the internalized shame and oppression, fear, support for a friend, or love, a militant laugh, the courage to be disliked, the courage to sit with trauma, a quiet act of sabotage, the persistence to recover subjugated traditions, drawing lines in the sand, or simply willing to risk and innovate. So Maya for me became an act of embodied activism and an act of resistance. And going forward, we've just got the Unity for Humanity Impact Grant. I mean, that's something I'm going to work more on how to sort of educate yourself about oppression, embodiment, decolonizing your body through other AR apps, and how we then liberate your body and not only through yourself, but then activate and align yourself with other movements, do it to others. So I guess for me, Maya is like the whole Blood Speaks and Maya is an important body of work because it needs space and because it is bold, it is daring, it takes audiences to places for uncomfortable truths, difficult conversations, but also seeks to align with other global movements, for a world of love and justice where everyone can truly heal, work for others, work with others, understand their subliminal strengths, and embrace their vulnerabilities. Because intersectional feminism is truly for everyone and not just for women. Thank you. Oh, these are some of the great press, by the way. We can just yeah, it's over. We got a 4-star Guardian review. Hey, that's great. Thank you. Oh, we didn't show the trailer, but we ran out of time.
Our next session is led by Dr. Lynn Feline, founder of Playable, a digital behavioral health company spun out of the academic research program, the Play to Prevent Lab at Yale. In the talk, Games for Adolescent Mental Health, Addressing Different Places and People, Lynn will focus on serious games designed to improve mental health and well-being among youth, and will highlight how these games can address the growing mental health challenges faced by young people today. Please welcome Dr. Feline.
They're going to tell me when we're on screen. So do you want me to set it up? Oh, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, there it is. It's in presenter mode, though. So yeah, there you go.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start the clock, please.
Hi, everyone. My biggest stressor, even in this type of a conference, is the AV. So we're off to a great start. So I want to thank Chris for that introduction. I want to thank Susanna and her team for really putting together, again, another fabulous festival, which I'm really proud to be a part of. And I'm pleased to be presenting the work of both my Play to Prevent Lab as well as its sister organization, Playable. So as Chris said, I'm Lynn Feline. I'm founder and chief scientific officer of Playable, which focuses on the distribution of our 5 evidence-based video games that target the most critical health outcomes in teens. I'm also the founding director of the Play to Prevent Lab, my academic research program that developed and evaluated our 5 games. And then most recently, I'm a professor of biomedical data science at Dartmouth after being at the Yale School of Medicine for over 30 years. So I'm really pleased to be here to talk with you about games for adolescent mental health. I'm going to be presenting some fairly sobering statistics, but I think the thing to keep in mind and the goal of this presentation is to show how games can really be a part of the solution of what is becoming a major global problem. As a member of the newly formed Global Mental Health Task Force, I'm honored to be working with the Games for Change team and colleagues on how to address this epidemic in young people. In my talk, I'll share with you the work we have done so far to address adolescent mental health and what we are planning to do in examining this growing issue in different places and different people. So you've heard it over the last day or so, there is a global adolescent mental health crisis. In the US alone, close to 50% of adolescents, or 21 million teens, have experienced a mental health disorder in their lifetime. During the first year of the pandemic, globally, 1 in 4 adolescents experienced symptoms of depression, 1 in 5 symptoms of anxiety, and these rates continued to climb during the pandemic. Less than 1/2 who needed treatment received it. And mental health stigma is increasingly being seen as a major barrier for folks to seek help. In a recent meta-analysis of studies examining barriers to seeking help in young people, 92% of these studies reported perceived social stigma and embarrassment as a major culprit. And this mental health crisis is fueled by social media use in youth. You can see the relationship here between social media and rates of depression. And in fact, just this past week, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy released a new advisory on social media and youth mental health, calling for warning labels on social media sites. So at the Play to Prevent Lab and now at Playable, we're focused on addressing these issues around youth mental health. For the past almost 15 years, we've developed, evaluated, and implemented digital health games as video games that impact health behavior in teens and young adults. And this is our portfolio of our 5 evidence-based digital health games. We developed them in partnership with folks who are here in this audience and here at the festival, including Shell Games, First Playable, and Ben Sawyer, who's from Digital Mill, and in collaboration with our team partners who have been involved in every step of the process. Our games cover a wide range of adolescent health issues, including smoking and vaping, opioid misuse, sexual health, and they focus heavily on mental health, both in the development process we use as well as the outcomes we measure. They cover ages 10 to 20, are web mobile, and fully accessible on any device. And they can be basically played anywhere at any time. In addition to the high levels of engagement and accessibility for youth, our games are evidence-based. They're backed by vast amounts of published efficacy data, published in over 25 papers, including 5 randomized controlled trials. And as I mentioned, a number of these games focus squarely on mental health in young people. I'm really proud of the fact that recently, all 5 of our games were included as critical resources around mental health in youth by the Office of the U.S. Surgeon General. So for this talk, I'm going to focus on the 2 games that we've developed, Play Smart and Empower Ed, that address mental health, and a few ongoing and future projects that again address youth mental health in different places and different people. These include teens in school-based mental health clubs, young people in Greece and Cyprus, and the idea of integrating digital health games with other forms of technology to address mental health in teen girls at home. So let's talk about Play Smart. Play Smart is our 5th funded game by the National Institutes of Health, created through an extensive development process, working with Shell Games and adolescents, and focuses on mental health promotion and prevention of opioid misuse in high school age students. You can see here the storylines and the mini games we landed on for Play Smart after extensive formative work with teens. This is an example of a home screen, and I've highlighted the areas that specifically target mental health in this game, including stories that focus on helping a friend or yourself seek help, and the mini game that looks at interactions on social media and how to manage them. One of the mini games, Stress Sense, highlighted in yellow, teaches coping skills and helps teens learn how to reframe negative thoughts. So let's take a quick look, if this works, at a demo of Play Smart and how it addresses mental health.
Play Smart is a game about making the right decisions and taking care of your mental health. You learn lessons throughout the game that you can carry with you in real life. Through storylines and mini games, you learn about the importance of your own mental health and the mental health of others. In one storyline called A Friend in Need, a friend is experiencing some mental health issues. You try your best to cheer them up, but end up learning that sometimes it is best to let an adult step in and help. Throughout the game, you practice coping skills through helping friends in the Stress Sense minigame. Your friends deal with common struggles such as feeling down, having the loss of a loved one, and feeling left out. Through helping your friends in the game, you learn how to cope and how to reframe your own negative thoughts. In Play Smart, when you are looking for help for your own mental health, you go through the storyline A New Direction, where you learn both the importance of therapy and how to find the right therapist for you. In PlaySmart, you practice skills of coping and reframing and learn about the importance of mental health and where to go to get support. The lessons you take from the game you can use in real life when talking about and looking after your own mental health. PlaySmart was developed by the Play to Prevent Lab. For more information, please visit playtoprevent.org. PlaySmart.
So that's just a taste of what is actually about 6 to 8 hours of unique gameplay. We're currently evaluating this game through a large randomized controlled trial in 15 schools in Connecticut, collecting data from 530 students over 12 months. So those results should actually be out sometime in the next 3 to 6 months. Moving on to our next game, which is called Empower Ed, we evaluated in a smaller randomized controlled pilot study. And with this game that was literally less than an hour of gameplay, we were able to demonstrate impact on both their cognitive reappraisal skills and their beliefs and attitudes with 100 Connecticut high school students. So now shifting to some ongoing projects and then some future planned projects. So one of the ongoing projects that we've been working on that specifically addresses youth mental health is a project that we're working in collaboration with Bring Change to Mind, which is a national organization created by actress Glenn Close that has established mental health clubs in high schools all over the country. We've also partnered with the Earsay Institute, which is a relatively newly established institute at Indiana University, founded with a gift from the Earsay family, who just happens to own the Indianapolis Colts and happen to also be very focused on mental health, both for their players and for young people. This institute, as I mentioned, has designed their own initiatives, including kicking the stigma, so their focus is not only on mental health, but also on mental health stigma. So we've conducted formative work to look deeply into both teen mental health and mental health stigma, with the goal of building a new game adapted from the PlaySmart game, which I just showed you, that solely targets both mental health and stigma. So this is some of the work we've done to date, working with Bring Change to Mind and their teen club members and partners at Earsay. We conducted 11 focus groups with 53 unique participants. Teen participants were high schoolers who came from 5 different states around the country. And as you can see here, we're well represented in terms of gender, ethnicity, and race. Also a distribution between grades from 9th to 12th grade. These are 4 of the themes that were identified during these focus groups from the inductive qualitative analyses, and I'm going to focus on the second one, which is bolded here, which I found to be particularly interesting. So the second theme concerns definitions of mental health stigma and experiences participants had with this type of stigma. The discussion highlighted 2 very interesting areas alongside mental health stigma, being 1, toxic positivity, and 2, trivialization. So participants raised this notion of toxic positivity, where they shared that peers put on a facade that everything is great when it isn't. This is especially seen on social media. This leads to confusion about the realness of mental health concerns, and it also promotes the stigma because it makes it abnormal if someone doesn't always feel great or happy. So you can see that in this quote from this student who said, it's like, sometimes I just want to be okay that I'm not happy with it. Just let me not be happy with it for a moment. And just being able to be genuine, whether that's in a bad way, where it's like I'm not feeling too great, and that's fine, or genuinely I'm feeling absolutely awesome, and that's great too. This is coupled with the idea of trivialization, which our teen participants also brought up and echoed throughout the focus groups, was essentially this idea of minimizing or oversimplifying mental health conditions. So with this data in hand, the plan really is to start thinking about the next game project where we can introduce and integrate these notions into a game that focuses solely on mental health and mental health stigma in teens. A future project that we're working towards is again to take the Play Smart game, which will have much utility in being used in many different ways, and modifying it, working with our partners at Shell Games and in-country stakeholders. And these places include Cyprus and Greece. Also working with another organization in Greece called CARDET, which stands for the Center for Advancement and Research and Development in Educational Technology, based in Cyprus, as well as a family foundation that is also in country. And so we're looking with this project to respond to the mental health crisis in these countries. And again, you can see this from these numbers. 1 in 4 children in Cyprus experience mental health issues more than weekly. Close to 40% of young people in Greece report poor mental health is what worries them the most. This is coupled with evolving and expanding national interest in mental health, fortunately. So this project is in the works and will extend our evidence-based game, again, to different places and different people. And a second project in the works is one in which we plan to integrate a digital health game with passive sensing, so something like on your watch, and a single session intervention, or SSI, to address mental health. This is a collaborative effort with our partners at Filament Games, the Jacobson Lab at Dartmouth, and the Lab for Scalable Mental Health at Northwestern University. Specifically, we're addressing the significant gap around mental health for adolescent girls and providing solutions for them at home. The ongoing mental health crisis disproportionately impacts adolescent girls, with 57% of them feeling persistently sad or hopeless. This is double that of boys and comes with huge rates of suicide and suicidality. We also know that access to support and treatment is limited. So what we're proposing is an integrated solution of a digital health game, passive sensing, and SSIs to fill this gap of providing an evidence-based solution to teen girls at home. We're still waiting on the funding news, so that's still in the works, but really hoping to have an opportunity to do this impactful project. So to close, and I hope you sort of get the sense that this is not just a local, regional, or even national problem. This is a global adolescent mental health crisis impacting many different parts of the world and many different groups of young people. And there's a gap in solutions. But, and I think this is really where the good news is that digital health games play a major, increasing role in addressing these gaps. With games that are played in high school, games that are played in high school mental health clubs, adapting games for other countries and cultures as part of national initiatives, integrating games with technologies to provide support and solutions to a particularly vulnerable population such as teen girls, and that there are endless future opportunities that will expand on a global approach with the goal of reaching all young people through the power of play and games. So I just want to say thank you to the Play to Prevent and Playable teams, to our game development partners who have been amazing and fundamental to doing this work, and most importantly, our teen partners who are critical to our games having the impact that they do. And thank you.
Lunch until 2 p.m. Please feel free to grab lunch on the second floor cafeteria.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Hack, the Senior Director of International Programs at Games for Change. This afternoon, we are joined by a panel of trailblazers in the gaming industry. Leanne Loom, Vice President of External Games for Netflix, Eka from Outer Loop Games, Caitlin Schell of Brandable Games, and Matt Korba and Matt Daigle from The Odd Gentleman. They will lead us through a critical discussion on why representation in games is worth it and the importance of helping players feel seen. Welcome.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us today. Excited to share some insights with you all on the games that we've been making with these developers. Let's start off with some quick introductions, and then also if you can share the game and why representation matters for you in that particular game that you're developing. So Eka, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Chandana Ekanayaka. I'm the creative director of a studio called Outer Loop Games. We are a fully remote studio spread across from Seattle, Washington to Brisbane, Australia, a group of 14. And we're releasing a game called Thirsty Suitors. It's a game about fighting your exes and cooking with your parents. You play the role of this young South Asian woman named Jala, and she's a hot mess. She's coming home after a big breakup. She has to reconcile by battling her exes, cooking with her parents. And it's a game is about reconciliation.
I'm Caitlin Schell, and I work as the Chief Business Officer for Brandable Games. And together with our partner Tilting Point, our great publisher, we made a game called Fashionverse. And so Fashionverse is obviously a fashion game, and it's a game about styling. And there's nothing necessarily earth-shattering about a fashion game per se, but the way in which we represent the avatars in the game who are wearing the clothes is far more representative than any fashion game that has been on the market to date. And so we have avatars of different abilities, different sizes, different shapes, different races, and we're really proud of how people who are playing the games, women are very different, in terms of their bodies and their abilities, and we're a global game, and so it's really important for us. It's one of our brand pillars that we have that level of representation. So when women are playing, they're not only learning about fashion and discovering and falling in love and being creative, but they're also able to see themselves, which is very uncommon, let's say, within the fashion industry. And I came to work on this game. My background started in fashion. I actually started here in New York City working in fashion for a long time, and then wanted to join kind of the tech side, the tech world of fashion. So that's how I got into mobile games, and I've actually been working on fashion games for the last 9 years. And it's evolved and definitely grown and become more popular, and I would say that this game is definitely the most representative, and that's a piece of it that I'm incredibly proud to be a part of and to support. So that's why I'm here on this panel with these amazing people.
Hi, I'm Matt Korba. I'm the creative director and president of The Odd Gentleman. We make narrative games that are family-friendly with a heavy gameplay component. We're really interested in exploring stories that aren't being told anywhere else and exploring mechanics that are new. Our current project is called Harmonium the Musical. It features a deaf character and a lot of sign language in new and fun ways. And yeah, it's just been a joy to work on, and we're happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here. I'm Matt Daigle. I am co-creator and co-writer of Harmonium the Musical. I am also deaf, I have low vision, and I represent inclusion of the deaf community and ASL. We have very carefully looked at the writing, translating from ASL into English and English to ASL. That's my role here, and I'm very excited to be a part of this game and this panel.
Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you all and super grateful. My name's Leanne. I head up the external games team at Netflix. I'm really proud that we get to work with such amazing developers to really make sure that our games are playable by everyone and also represent everyone. For Netflix, our vision is really to have a game on Netflix for everyone. And part of that means that we have to focus on diversity and breadth and variety, and being able to work with these developers that are so passionate about making sure that diversity and representation is a key part of their game is something I'm very proud of. So love working with you all and very excited to chat more about this today. So let's dig in. I think we can all start off by saying that making games that really think about representation and diversity can be challenging for developers. I think there are a lot of barriers in place, particularly when it comes to lack of diversity in development teams. That's not always easy. It's not been easy in the games industry as a whole. So definitely want to recognize that. But Matt would love to talk about Harmonium and some of the risks and the challenges you've had, particularly when it comes to representing the deaf community in the correct way, and how have you overcome those challenges?
Oh, it's a lot of challenges. I think the biggest challenges kind of stem from doing something where there's not a lot of prior art for, or things we can look at and say, oh, that's how we should do that. Typically, in a situation like this, you might bring on like a deaf consultant after the script is written to give it a thumbs up or tell you what to change, and that wasn't going to be good enough for us. And so we had to really think about things from the ground up. Our writing room was challenging in itself because there's multiple languages being spoken. There's sign language, there's English. We actually have an employee who speaks Danish Sign Language. He lives in Denmark, and lots of interpreters and sometimes captioners. And so there's all these different languages being spoken while we try to just get the script down. Mm-hmm. And it was important to us to not just bring on contractors or consultants, but to actually bring on full-time team members. So that started with Matt and his wife, Kay. We met them because they have an awesome webcomic called That Deaf Guy that's really funny. And they helped us really expand the team into hiring more deaf designers, deaf animators, deaf storyboard artists. And every time we leaned in, the game just got better. We started discovering new gameplay mechanics around sign language that we hadn't seen before. But I think the challenges and the risks are all sort of centered on, again, just figuring it out. It took a lot of revisions, a lot of testing. We've rewritten the story like 3 times. We've thrown out stuff, we've changed stuff, all for the better. But yeah, I think just having the time to do the proper research and testing it with both the hearing and deaf community, making sure that it's fun for everybody and enjoyable for everybody, has kind of been just the biggest challenge overall, I think.
Yeah. I do love, though, that what you mentioned there about it's not just about bringing consultants in, it's actually about having that representation on your development team, and having Kay and Matt there is obviously integral to that. So, Matt, how has your experience been on working on Harmonium?
It's been a thrill. When Matt Corba asked us to be a part of it, Kay and I had been working on our comic strip since 2010, writing That Deaf Guy. And so becoming co-creators, co-authors of this new game has been really sort of a challenge of, rolling up our sleeves and learning a new language, basically as animation, And when we decided to animate ASL, you have to realize that ASL and English are not the same. Many of you in the audience may have seen our demo upstairs. So you see how much we lean into the non-manuals with the facial expressions, which is a huge part of the deaf culture, and ASL is using our faces and our bodies. You absolutely must. If you see a game with no facial expression and they're using sign, then does that represent the deaf community? It does not. It's inauthentic. Again, that's the biggest part of being affiliated with this, is lending the authenticity to the narrative. It actually exhibits what deaf culture is like, that we communicate visually, and that learning ASL is not perhaps simple, that it's its own language. And the stories that we've told are not the stories of just one deaf person, but it's an amalgamation of many deaf stories in one. So when you see the person using ASL with Melody, the protagonist of the game, The video game designers themselves have been deaf. Some of them we've collaborated with an organization called the Southern California Association of the Deaf, the Asian Association of the Deaf. And they helped actually advocate for us and authenticate the cultural aspects that we were including, and also from the Filipino culture as well. So we recognize that deaf people are represented in the game, which makes it so much more inclusive and our audience much larger, and our burden much more onus on us to get it right. And that through our cultural experiences and our creative talents, to put them all together, it's been a great use of our time.
Yeah, I love that, and I particularly love how inclusive Harmonian is just across the board. You know, it's going to be so accessible for a lot of folks to play and enjoy. And I think even if you're not from the deaf community, that story of Melodies just resonates on a really personal level because she's, you know, struggling to come to terms with something that's different. Matt, how did you find that balance creatively?
I think for us, you know, we're always interested in telling new stories, but we want to make sure they're approachable. So Melody's story is, on a surface level, it's a story about finding herself. It's a Alice in Wonderland kind of inspired tale, but because we're telling it from a perspective that's not focused on oftentimes in any forms of media, not even just games, suddenly it's new, right? And that's kind of what we like working on the best, are sort of these universal stories that are enjoyable by, in this case, people that know sign language and people that don't know sign language. Our kind of example of that we always talk about is the movie Coco. We feel like that movie did a great job at making a movie about a culture that wasn't just for a specific culture. And that's what we're hoping to do with Harmonium, is have a game that you can come into it knowing nothing, or you can come into it fluent in sign language or deaf culture and really, you know, tell a heartwarming universal story.
Yeah.
That's also funny.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. And if you haven't played Harmonium, it is upstairs in the arcade, and it is just such a wonderful, beautiful game, so please check it out. Eka, Thirsty Suitors. Really powerful story in that game, as you mentioned, about, you know, the struggles with exes. What made you decide to tell that story, and where did that idea come from?
Yeah, so initially I had a concept. I wanted to explore South Asian culture, and you know, it's a representation of folks on the team. We have folks from India. I grew up in Sri Lanka. The whole team is made up of a lot of immigrants, and we wanted to do an immigrant story set in the U.S. But yeah, I think even 5-6 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to pitch this game, because when we, you know, go out, find funding or pitch a game like this, the people we're pitching to aren't a diverse crowd. So we have to do a lot more work to try to do something more specific. But our hope was that being very specific would resonate, because I feel like specificity can lead to kind of a universal appeal. And it feels more authentic. If you're being a little more generic with the storytelling, I don't think it resonates as well. And initially we conceived it as a game about arranged marriage. And we talked about it. That's why the name Thirsty Suitors came out of it. But we talked more about it. No one on the team had really had a firsthand experience with arranged marriage. So we didn't feel like we could talk to it directly. So we made it more about Jala, the main character, and her exes and her relationship. So that was a little more appealing and I think it'll be easy for people to connect with in arranged marriage. And we could speak to it directly using our own experiences and fantasies. So there was some, you know, figuring out sort of what kind of story we're going to tell, how do we pitch it. So we did a lot of work on building out a prototype to get this idea across, because it's a fantastical story. There's surreal moments. There's cooking to connect with your parents, and there's skateboarding in between these turn-based combat, which is typically not something you see in a relationship type game, but we've took sort of traditional role-playing mechanics and mapped it to personalities and relationships. So design challenges as well as pitching challenges and subject matter challenges, you know, it worked out.
Yeah, and it sounds like your team is very diverse.
Yeah.
Did people put in their own individual experiences into the game? Are some of those based on people's real life?
Yeah, some of us played it with our parents, and we were like, I hope they don't get the reference that I'm talking about my mom. Yeah, the team is very diverse. We're spread across from 7 different cities and 4 continents, and it's doing a game about relationships, about brown, black characters, and also queer characters. Like, there's a lot of intersectionality, and I mean, there's some of us based on some of our own exes, but not directly.
That would be funny if your exes were playing the game and they were like, is this familiar?
Yeah.
I love that. Caitlin, Fashionverse.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Love this game. I'm a fan of fashion, interior design. It's like, you're able to do a job that you always wanted to do. Fashionverse is a little bit different, like you mentioned, because it's not really a traditional storyline. It is really about representing bodies and styles. Can you talk a little bit about how you approached that and why you took that direction?
So with Fashionverse, it's not the first fashion game on the market. There are ones that have come before and that I've worked on as well, and that have been really wonderful and successful. But approaching this game, we wanted to use the technology that exists out there to do a better job of representing the real fashion world, because, and I say the fashion world, I mean, fashion is such a universal thing, right? I mean, unless you live in a nudist colony, everyone gets up and gets dressed every day, right? So everyone, in theory, puts on clothes. So it's a concept that can relate to everybody. But the way that fashion is represented typically is not very inclusive, and it's not the whole world. It's not universal. It's represented by the brands that make the clothes, and you see it in magazines, or you see it on the runway shows, or you see it maybe even in Hollywood movies, and it's not very representative of how people actually wear the clothes, how they look when they're wearing the clothes. And so it was really important to us to use the latest 3D technology and also use AI to help us create body types and create avatars that were quite realistic, whether it's, again, had I mentioned, different abilities. We have avatars in wheelchairs or with prosthetic limbs, or just wearing, hijabs in different shapes and different races. And typically in previous fashion games, the avatars are very flat and 2D and unmoving and quite unrealistically skinny. Like, it's funny, if you take some of them, and we did the math of the proportions of other games and put them in real life, you have like a 6'8" size, like -2 human being, which again is not the real world. So we took a lot of care and time, and it takes a lot of resources to actually render the avatars in a certain way, and then render the clothing that can fit on all the different body types and all the different positions. And so it's not the easy route that we went, but it's a route that really matters to us, and we wanted to make sure it really mattered to our players, which it definitely does. And I think we also wanted to be able to influence into the fashion industry as well. So it's like, we want players to be able to see themselves in these clothes and to be able to style and enter into this world of fashion. But we also were hoping to provide this space to the fashion industry to maybe be a little more playful and kind of push the boundaries, whereas they might not, have models in their campaign that look a certain way that is going to be, on a billboard or in Vogue magazine. This kind of gives them that ability, that room to experiment a bit more and be like slightly less particular about their brand representation. And so, we're pushing on that end too. So we're hoping to influence into the industry and give them that space to be a bit more inclusive. And we're also hoping to kind of, impact players and have players see themselves in this very photorealistic, beautiful scene that they get to interact with real brands.
Yeah, love that. Can you talk a little bit about the presets and the approach you took there? Because I think that's really unique, and the way you have been describing it with the competition element and things like that. It'd just be great to dig into why you did the presets.
So what Leanne is referring to is, so with the presets, so when you go into the Fashionverse game, you can choose a different scene that you want to style. So you kind of scroll through what effectively feels like a feed from Instagram or TikTok, and there's a variety of scenes, and they can be anything from like super aspirational on a private jet down to like, taking your mom out to brunch on Sunday. And so you pick the scene that you want to play around with, and you have a closet, and there's a lot of creativity that the players have around how the clothes that they pick to match the theme and the backgrounds and the prop. But the one thing that we don't allow them to choose is actually the avatar. And you would think, well, why would you do that if you let them choose everything else and have all that creativity everywhere else? And the reason being, and this is something that I was quite particular about, is that of all the fashion games that I worked on in the past and all the data that we'd seen, if you allow people to pick their own avatar, they tend to gravitate towards the avatars that they see in magazines and that they see on billboards and that they see in the fashion world and that they think will actually win the competition. So unfortunately, they all picked this skinny, white, blonde model.
Yeah.
And there's been qualitative and quantitative research done across all the different games that I've worked on. And we've had this feedback before, and I very specifically remember this one part of feedback from a woman who played with her daughter, and they were like, we're black, and we want to choose, black avatars and put amazing, afro hair on them, but we know that every time we do that, we don't score as well. Our scenes don't score as well as when we pick, a skinny white lady as our avatar. So that's what we choose, and that's what we pick to win. And that was just so devastating to me. That's even people who want to see themselves in games and have such a variety of representation actually pick what they think other people want to see. And so coming into this game, we said, we're going to choose the avatars. You don't have a choice. Because, when it comes to styling someone, say they are in a wheelchair, it is harder to think about, well, how is the skirt going to fall, or what do the pants look like, or what if the shirt doesn't tuck in? But that's almost the beauty of the game, too, right? Like, that's the challenge. Like, that challenge of, putting yourself in a position of thinking like, wow, I've never thought about what it would be like to get dressed every morning if you are in a wheelchair. What type of clothes do you wear? What works together? What doesn't work together? How are the shoes seen and represented? And so, we made the choice to preset it in a certain way and in a way force people to be exposed to different body types that are not their own and that they don't typically see. And I actually think they're really grateful for that.
Yeah, I think that to me is so impactful because it makes people think about diversity and representation in a very different way, to your point, rather than focusing on, okay, how do I win the game? Okay, I win the game with stereotypes. No, now it's actually about how do I style this in the best possible way. And I really love that because I think, sometimes games can have all the tools for representation and diversity, and then because of, lack of education on the player's side, it doesn't quite turn out how we want it to, and it doesn't quite have the impact that we want it to. So I really appreciate that balance that you guys have taken and that creative decision so that you can really impact it in the right way.
Yeah, we wanted to make it about the clothes and the creativity, not about the body.
Yeah.
And so by making them not have to think about the body and everyone's on the same playing field, then when the scene that you create goes into voting and the community votes on it, they're all voting on the clothes you picked, or the color of the chair that you're sitting in and the background, not the human and not the female form, which typically is quite often judged, by how they look. And so we kind of removed that element from it.
Yeah, makes sense. And how was it working with the brands? Because you have like Tommy Hilfiger and those kind of things involved in the game. Are they receptive to the approach you're taking and impacting diversity in that way?
They are, some more than others, I would say. So it is an education for them as well. Mm-hmm. And the fashion industry is notoriously bad about being inclusive. They are, making, I'd say, progress, making steps in the right direction. Sometimes it does tend to be quite token. If you look at their runway shows, they're like, oh, we have one plus size model. We have like one Asian model. We have like one black model, so they can say that they did it. But then there are other brands who really do try to push the boundaries. Yeah. And we work with all of those types of brands. So the ones that are like, this is awesome, we love it. Yes, let's have this avatar, this avatar, this avatar. And the other ones that are like, oh, that's nice, but we'd really like the skinny ones that look like this, that are, look like a hanger and, don't have curves and shapes. And so we push back, as much as you can. It's a give and take, right? Because fashion brands are so particular about their image. And so you work with them on educating them around digital spaces being very different from their Vogue magazines, and try to, encourage them and pull them into your world. And, some are more willing than others. And I'm very proud of the moments when they say like, okay, yeah, let's try it. Like, let's see what that looks like. And then they see the feedback from players actually really love it and love that they see brands are actually doing that. And so they see the positive benefits too. Right. So some still push back and want it to look exactly like their ad campaign. And there's, only so much you can do at that point. Yeah. But some are much more willing to get on board with you and to experiment in a space that is safer, I'd say, than, something that's on Times Square billboard.
Thanks for sharing, and appreciate everyone being so transparent about the challenges. You know, I think representation and diversity in games is not easy, and I think it does require a lot of thought, but nothing worthwhile is easy, right? So we make games, and making games is hard, but also really enjoyable. So Matt, what makes it all worthwhile for you?
I think for me personally, you know, at heart, I'm a storyteller and a designer. And you know, being able to collaborate with people whose stories aren't being told and to help tell those stories, like that's super rewarding for me personally. We've been able to come up with new types of gameplay by really just listening to each other and collaborating. And again, like that's fun no matter if you know sign language or not. And I think ultimately, personally, that's what makes it rewarding. And then of course, it feels good to do stuff that that you can put out in the world and it can have a positive impact, and you can have people come up to you that are very appreciative and thankful that this game's even being made. Like that, you know, there's been multiple tear-jerking moments along this journey through testing or going to Summer Games Fest, or even upstairs here. So yeah, it's all rewarding.
Great. And how do you approach testing the game, Matt, especially when you think about the game being, you know, for the deaf community, also for every player, but how obviously you have Matt and Kay on the team, and that's great, but when you think about broader playtesting, how do you approach that?
So there was a lot of research that had to be done, even just on the narrative, before we could really even start building the game. One of our biggest playtests we did 30 deaf participants and 30 non-deaf participants, because again, we're trying to make that balance of like fun for everybody.
Yeah.
Before that, we would do just like the PowerPoint deck and test that, and really just listen and lean in. Like I said, we've had to rewrite the story like 3 times in 3 different phases, just to. One of the challenges we faced early on was, and maybe Matt can talk more about this, but we had things that were accurate to the deaf experience in the game, but when we tested that with deaf participants, they agreed that that was accurate. Like, for example, a dad that doesn't know sign language, but they didn't want to see that represented in the game. They wanted more positive representation, especially if it was going to be played by kids.
Yeah.
So things like that caused a lot of tweaks and adjustments to the story. But yeah, constantly testing and trying to figure out what to use as reference, or because like I said, there's not a lot of prior art. So.
Yeah, makes sense. Matt, what brings you joy in this process? What's rewarding for you?
Oh gosh, the most joyful, rewarding part is when a gamer opens their mind and learns through new things through this game about deaf culture. We are sharing that story for everyone. Like Matt said, deaf gamers often feel like they want to enjoy the games, and they don't want to see traumatic experiences reenacted. They want to be there for their own entertainment, not to be re-traumatized. So we have to find those ways where we are having authentic communication with deaf people, or maybe you run into a person from another country, you don't share the same language, you will have aspects picked up from this game that allow you to communicate with folks via visual communication, gesturing, making direct eye contact. And to me, that's joyful. Most people don't know that ASL is the 3rd most commonly learned language in America. And many people are learning it in colleges and universities, and then they see a deaf person and they go, oh, yeah, I know this sign language, let me try this, there's an opportunity for me to communicate. Or they meet a deaf person and that inspires them to take sign language. But for people who don't know anything about deaf culture, they may say like, can deaf people write? Do deaf people drive? Or do deaf people, how do deaf people? Or yeah, can deaf people do this or that? And this deaf character, the protagonist in this journey, faces many barriers. Communication barriers, and you learn through Melody's experience what it's like to be deaf, or how problems can be solved. So we're hoping, my most joyful moment is when a deaf person is able to solve their problem with communication and have communication and that connection with another person.
Yeah, I love that. And hopefully this game inspires folks to even learn sign language. That would be lovely. Eka, what's your biggest challenge during Thirsty Suitors?
Several challenges, but I think for us, being a story about mostly South Asian culture, we're always, every week as we're writing, we're like, are we going to just make certain people angry and upset about it? So we finally, we're not a monolith, so we can't do a story for everybody. So we focused on main character's sort of path to redemption. And as we sort of wrote from her perspective, then the story, I think it made a lot of sense and folks are identifying with it. Some of the other challenges were casting. There's 19 characters in the game with speaking roles, and it's all brown and black cast. So we, do a bio for each character. We send it out to our casting folks and try to find and really the right character, right actor to fit the right role. Sometimes, you end up fighting your grandmother who turns into this 150-tall Godzilla-size boss, and she's coming in from South India for your sister's wedding. So we wanted to really have the right accent, South Indian accent, and that took a long time. So we were very focused on finding the right role and the right actor for the right role. And we knew we were on the right path because as we got folks into the sessions, a lot of them usually play like side characters in movies and shows, and everyone that came through said, oh, this script is really fleshed out. It's from a perspective of people that really understand this culture. We're thrilled to be part of it. So that made us feel good. And then, one of the X's is South African. Our producer, Sunny, is from South Africa. So we have a couple of Palestinians on the team. So we made, there's Palestinian food in there too. But the South African X was the hardest to cast. We sent out bios and samples to our casting folks, and all the readings we got back, I was sitting with Sunny, our producer, listening to the samples, and she's like, they all sound Wakandified.
And do you think they've done that on purpose?
I think that's what they've been asked to do when they try out for roles. They're like, give us an African accent, and Africa is, it's not, yeah. And we're like, no, we want a South African accent from this specific region. So we ended up talking to our casting folks, and we talked to some casting folks in South Africa, and we found an actor. We had a couple of readings from there, and we found an actor that was on a soap opera that Sunny and her mom used to watch. And we're like, okay, we're going to cast him for the role.
That's cool.
That took the longest to cast, but I think, it was important for us that all the characters in the game were represented by the right actor that understands some, as much as possible part of the culture.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, staying firm on that vision, because I think that is really important, especially when trying to drive, a message forward. It's like you want it to be authentic.
Yeah.
What about the art style? Because it's super unique. Where did that inspiration come from?
I think, part of that is also, it's a very specific game from a very specific perspective, and we don't see a lot of games like it. We also, because the nature of the game is these relationships, and it's a game, it's a celebration of culture, and so the art, we wanted to really, to represent that. Yeah, we go into generational trauma and some of these issues, but, and you're fighting your exes, so there's always this arguments, but the battles happen in this sort of surreal spaces. And the color and sort of the art style really lends itself. If you're familiar with Scott Pilgrim type movie, we get a lot of comparisons to that because it's essentially two exes arguing, but we represented it in this sort of over the top, comic booky battle. And at the end of the battle, it results in some sort of understanding between the two folks. Same thing for cooking. Our cooking is like acrobatic. And initially, and there's all real dishes. So initially, when we were doing the cooking, we had sort of step-by-step on how to make a paratha or some other dishes, South Indian dishes or Sri Lankan dishes. The more we started writing those scenes, the more we realized it's not really about the step-by-step cooking. It's about this emotional connection between Jala, she's cooking with her mom, or Jala cooking with her dad, and the emotional core, and sort of trying to come to an understanding of why they haven't spoken in years. Yeah. So we kind of cut down the recipes. They're all real recipes. and real dishes, but we focused on sort of the emotional beats of the scene for those to work.
Have you had any players cook them in real life?
Yeah,
and share.
We've seen a bunch of tweets. People
That's
are
great.
cooking the dishes. The cooking inspiration came from my relationship with my mom. She doesn't like to share a whole lot of, I always ask her questions about, us growing up and immigrating to the U.S., and she's usually pretty tight-lipped. And so I cook a lot with her. When we're cooking, she's less focused on sort of, what she doesn't want to talk about, so she opens up, and that sort of inspired the cooking in the game as well.
Yeah, awesome. So what brings you joy creating a game like this and, seeing people enjoy it? What's rewarding to you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just being able to talk about this culture and represent the team in a way and folks actually identifying with it. The thing, if you're from the culture, there's a lot of little details that you'll understand. But our approach has been if you're not, we're inviting you into our home. We're giving you some great food and telling you great stories and showing you a good time. So, there's people are connecting with. We had some journalists that played, and they're like, "Oh, I started thinking about my exes." So there's these different points of a connection in the game, and that we're really happy that's speaking to a bigger audience than just South Asians. So.
Thanks for sharing, Caitlin. For Fashionverse, so what kind of players play fashion games?
Typically women, but not all, about 85%. And typically people who don't identify themselves as gamers. People are like, "Oh, who plays your game?" Like, "Oh, I would, but I don't play games." And I'm like, actually, they don't really see themselves as gamers. I mean, if you wake up every morning and play the New York Times games, a lot of those people don't actually consider themselves gamers. They're like, "Oh, but it's a word game." Or when in Fashionverse, you're styling an avatar, so it's like, "Oh, it's a bit like doll dressing. That's not really a game." So it really can appeal to everyone and anyone. You don't have to be a self-described, gamer, because it just feels like you're interacting with a medium fashion that you really love, and it's for people who like being creative. And putting things together, people who are very visual and who like connecting with other people around fashion, which again is something you do kind of every day. You get up and you get dressed and you put things together. And our audience is adult females, so a lot older than most people assume. You think of an avatar, so you kind of think of a doll, so you think, oh, maybe it's like teenagers, but our average player is age 30, so we have everyone from 18 to 55. I mean, fashion you don't stop falling in love when you get to a certain age and then you stop caring about dressing. It goes on and on and on. And so we're really proud to fill that gap. And I say gap because the majority of games are made by men, and they're made for men, but half of the people who play mobile games in the world are women. So it's nice to have a game that is made for women by both men and women, but we're really proud at Tilting Point and Brandable to have a large team of women making these games, very diverse from all over the world. We're across 7 or 8 different countries. And so, that part is really rewarding, and I think it shows in our players, and it's something that if you're a bit younger or a bit older, you can have access to on your mobile device anywhere in the world. They're adult women.
And how did you take that into account when you were, creating the game, going through design challenges, that it was primarily skewed to the female audience, but obviously you want everybody to play the game. How do you balance that?
I mean, in terms of thinking should we create something that men will also enjoy?
Yes,
I mean, we don't typically think about the men playing the game because we know that if they want a game that really speaks to them, there are plenty out there in the world. It really is more to the female demographic, and that's why we put so much time and attention and effort into the avatars and the way the avatars look, and to the clothes and how the clothes fit and how they look in the game and go together.
Yeah, love that. So what's rewarding for you?
I would say definitely the feedback from players. It's a hard balance to strike in the sense that you're working with fashion brands, real fashion brands, who obviously need to upkeep, as I've said before, a certain image. So being able to kind of balance their needs with also your brand values around having a greater sense of inclusivity and representation in your game, and also having players be able to see themselves in the game. But at the end of the day, I mean, not dissimilar to what Matt and Matt were saying, is that you want it to still be a fun and entertaining and beautiful fashion experience. So you want it to still look beautiful and still be kind of aesthetically pleasing and creative and entertaining. So there is a balance there that you have to strike. You know, they don't want it to be certain things to be too traumatic by bringing up certain things, and we want it to still look a bit, you know, fashion worldy and fashion magazine-y. So how do you strike that balance? And I think we've done a really great job in that, and I find that really rewarding because I know how much time and effort we put into it, and then to get the feedback from the players. I mean, one of the top 2 points that all come back and back through our community that we keep hearing again through just, you know, chatter and surveys and just these conversations we have with them is that they love the sense of photorealism, which again, we put a lot of effort into. That helps you put yourself in that scenario if it doesn't look too cartoony. And we do that using this AI technology that we developed. And the second thing is just the body types and the diversity. I mean, in almost every single comment that we get or review, people talk about, this is the most inclusive game I've ever seen. You know, I saw myself the other day and this woman looked just like me, or this looked like my best friend.
That's great.
And that, you're like, yes, we did it. Like they get it, they see it, and they love it. And we did strike that balance because it's still fun and it's still beautiful and it's still fashion, but it is also inclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part of the game?
I mean, I really do just like the styling. I like the fashion. I like taking real world items that we get from the brands who we work with and then digitizing them and then putting them into the game.
Yeah.
And so I like combining the outfits, putting things together that I think look amazing and stunning, and then getting voted very low.
It's okay, as long as you love it.
Obviously upsets me, and I'm like, okay, these people don't have great style. Clearly they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I mean, just the core styling of the game is what I really love. And the fact that being able to take something that, you know, maybe, and I always use this reference, like maybe Nancy in Nebraska doesn't have access to a Michael Kors or Tommy Hilfiger, or whether they may or may not be able to ever afford it, or there's not a store anywhere near them, they can have access to it, and they can have these touch points, and they can play with it and digitally own it, and have that be a part of their life and their creativity by playing a game and having it, you know, on their mobile device in their pocket or in their purse. And so that aspect is one of my favorite parts too.
Nice, yeah, like living out that fantasy is really cool. Matt, what's your favorite part of Harmonium?
We're still making it, so we're still pretty close to it. It might be hard to answer.
Without giving anything away.
I mean, in general, my favorite part of it is that we're able to tell a story through gameplay and through actual sign language that is built for, if you know sign language, if you don't know sign language, it's fun. It's kind of like, you know, you feel like you're learning something new. It's not an educational game. It's meant for entertainment, but obviously, like, it's still informative. It's still, you know, our 20-minute demo upstairs, if you know nothing about deaf culture and you play through it, you will walk away being like, wow, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know about sign language or deaf culture. So yeah, I don't know if I can give you a specific thing. After lunch, I will.
Okay. Matt, what is your favorite part of the game? As much as you can share.
My favorite part is when we show solutions via deaf gain. You may have seen, this is just one example, upstairs, if you watched and played the demo. Melody's friend comes to the window and communicates to her from the outside. And that was the perfect opportunity to use deaf gain, where a deaf person has the gain over being hearing. You can communicate through a window. And we show a lot of those things in the game. You also see the puzzles and activities that are related to ASL classifiers, which are the handshakes that show the movement and shape and direction of things in American Sign Language. Also, we've sort of hidden some little Easter eggs in there with some Harmonium Sign Language. We've created the equivalent signs with different hand shapes to represent a different world. And that's one of those things that happens throughout the game.
Awesome. Eka, what's your favorite part of Thirsty Suitors?
Favorite part? I think just the reaction from folks that have played it and connected with it. We made a funny game. It's hard to make funny games. But the fact that we're funny at moments and then real dramatic in other moments, and those can both live together in the same game, I'm really happy with that.
I love that. Well, thank you all for sharing. I know you're all passionate about the games that you're making, as am I, so really proud to be able to work with you all, and thank you for caring so much about representation and diversity. You know, we need more developers like you all, and Netflix is here to be a home for you all, so thank you so much.
Awesome.
And thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I am Kim Almanzor, Senior Director of Development here at Games for Change, and I am pleased to introduce our next panel, hosted by Lindsay Grace, Knight Chair in Interactive Media, MFA Director at the University of Miami, and one of this year's G4C curators. He will lead a conversation with a dynamic panel of game designers, Tori Brown, Andrew Navarro, Elizabeth Hargrave, and Eric Lyon, who will dive into the fascinating world of tabletop game design and its impact on society. Together, they will discuss how tabletop games can challenge norms, foster empathy, and create meaningful social change.
All right, excited to get this conversation going. Thought we would just start with some quick introductions, orient people on your work, and a little bit of your path.
Sure.
Great, Tori first.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'm Tori Brown. I'm the designer of a game called Votes for Women, about the American women's suffrage movement, and meant to inspire people to think about the power we have when we join together. So the game plays, it plays 1 to 4 people, but the game itself is about the movement that made the 19th Amendment happen, and the many people that you have heard of probably, and hopefully haven't heard of, because that's what it takes. I come to game design through this theme of movement building. I've lived and worked in Washington, D.C. for the last 20 years. Doing movement building work. I'm currently part of a labor union. I work at a union, and my staff union is organizing for a fair contract. And I bring that experience and that hope for a better world to my game designs.
Excellent. Andrew?
Hi, I'm Andrew Navarro. I'm the founder and creative director at Earthborn Games, where our mission is to make tabletop games as sustainably as possible through every step of the process. That starts with development, goes all the way through production, manufacturing, fulfillment, the entire thing. I've been in the I've been in the game industry for thank you. Ooh, here I am. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Navarro, just in case you haven't heard yet, from Earthborn Games. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've done a lot of things. I started off as a freelance illustrator working primarily on independent role-playing games. And then I was able to get into the industry proper at Fantasy Flight Games, where I started at customer service and then worked in a variety of roles there, from graphic design, art director, creative director, head of studio. And then in 2020, I left to form Earthborn Games, which I'll say it again now that my mic is on, where our mission is to create tabletop games as sustainably as possible. That's the entire process, from development through manufacturing all the way through fulfillment. And our first game, Earthborn Rangers, released just this past year. We just finished up our reprint GameFound campaign at the beginning of the year, and that will be fulfilling at the end of this year.
Elizabeth?
I'm Elizabeth Hargrave. I, like Tori, have been living in Washington, D.C. for many years and started out as a policy person and avid gamer who just decided to design a board game that turned out to be a big hit called Wingspan, and have gone on to design several other games, most of which are based around nature. So Wingspan is about birds. I did a game called Mariposas that's about the migration of monarch butterflies. I have a game coming out this fall about mycorrhizal relationships between mushrooms and trees. I did a game about the Russian fox experiment. That's sort of about genetics. And yeah, I think of them as sort of passively educational and really about connecting people to nature and learning about things that I just find interesting in the world.
And Eric?
Hi, I'm Eric Lang. I've been a game designer. I've been writing game designer on my tax return since 1996, which is a long time. I've worked in almost every aspect of the tabletop industry. I've designed trading card games for Fantasy Flight Games. I've worked in video games, designing trading card games and even Facebook games. I've designed a lot of big box board games like Blood Rage or Rising Sun, the ones I'm known for. And I've recently moved into family games and mass market games for publishers Exploding Kittens and most recently Hasbro. And right now, I've always sort of been on a mission of trying to, as corny as it sounds, as to spread the joy of social play as widely as possible for as broad an audience as possible, to as much depth as possible.
Excellent. Eric, why don't you kick us off and help us understand, we're just going to jump right into it, the advantages or unique opportunities that analog play has over, say, digital play. We'll chat there. We'll start there.
Yeah, well, analog games are amazing. End of panel. All right, so, okay, so, well, I mean, we all, can I just get a show of hands? Who here plays tabletop games, role-playing games, card games? All right, you get it. So I'm not going to preach the gospel here, but there is something special about the what I call the magic circle of play in person, face-to-face play, that you can't get from any other art form or even any other game-playing medium. When you are when you are face-to-face with other players, manipulating pieces, talking to each other, socializing with each other, the stakes are higher, the emotions are higher. You're all accountable for each other's fun, for each other's enjoyment, and you will get the best, especially in my opinion, having done this for 30 years, the best memories and the best stories you ever get, because you've been connected with your friends, your family, or your strangers who you met and got to know better through playing these games. I mean, we have the four pillars, right? The games are healing, they're connecting, of course, I've not forgotten the other two because I'm on stage, but there are other things too.
Excellent.
And if I can, I am convinced that if you can get 4 of your friends to show up in a place and devote hours to playing a game, you can get people to show up for a rally, show up for a voter turnout drive. The act of bringing people together that is demanded by analog tabletop games is the same kind of bringing people together that political organizing and turnout work does.
Excellent. So I've heard some stuff about social contract and that interaction. Does anybody want to talk about systems and how systems are negotiated in this context?
Yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah, I think, so you're talking about like game systems? Yeah, I think what's been interesting for me is like I said, I've been in the industry a long time, but this game that I've been working on for the last several years is the first game that I've actually had a hand really in designing. Most of my work has been like in graphic design and art and the presentation of games. And what I found working on Earthborn Rangers, which is definitely like a hobby style game, and it has its roots in like collectible card games and then in the cooperative LCGs, if anyone in this audience knows what those are. Very complex games, usually centered around conflict. And something that I found really interesting working on Rangers is that since the core of the game is about exploration and connection, there's no inherent way to cause harm to things that are in play. So usually when you play a game like this, a card comes in front of you, and then you are incentivized to then dispatch that card as quickly as possible. It's usually some kind of enemy or something like that. But I found it really interesting, especially playing with people who are drawn to this because they usually come from that background of playing those other games. When the card comes in front of them, the first question often is all right, well, how do I kill it? And when the answer is, well, you don't actually. It was interesting to see them then reflect and analyze on what those other games are maybe training them to do, and then to kind of turn that on its head and present something different in a familiar context. I thought that was really cool, and it seems to be now people playing it where it seems to have opened their minds and they've become aware of that where they maybe were not before. And that's, I think, really cool.
If I may, Elizabeth, Wingspan sold over 2 million copies. I've heard that some people end up becoming birders after. You just talked about training and the sort of like the educational opportunities. Is it an educational game?
You know, when I was working on it, I think I said in my intro, I always thought of it as sort of passively educational. I think a lot of educational games that I looked at when I was starting to, and other games about birds that I looked at when I was starting to work on Wingspan, were very much like trivia based and required you to remember information about birds to play well. And it was very important to me to not do that in Wingspan, to make it a game that you could play with a friend of yours who's a birder, and it would still be a fun experience and not just make you feel stupid, right? I think a lot of games that require you to remember information within the game to do well have the risk of making players feel stupid, and I think they enjoy them more when you can make them feel smart. And so back to the systems, like what can you do within the systems to give people little opportunities to be making decisions that give them positive feedback, that make them feel like they're smart within the context of the game, and then that they're engaging with information that they might retain outside of the game just from having used that information and not from being asked to memorize the information.
Excellent. Sounds like insight that's actually useful both in the digital and analog space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does anyone have any recommendations to that level around, say, stickiness or trying to encourage us to sort of keep playing?
I mean, I can never say enough good things about Wingspan, so I'm going to do it again. One of the things I do, I've had this theory about Wingspan for a while, even before I met Elizabeth, that we've seen a lot of nature-themed games out there, and a lot of them were they're either trivia-based or they were really simple and abstract. But I feel like the stickiness of Wingspan is that and I say this with the greatest love, it's a nerdy game. It's a nerdy game that's got a lot of crunchy detail to it. And the birding hobby is, I mean, it is the ultimate nerding hobby, right? You need to get out into nature, but you also feel like you want to know everything about birds. You want to study them, you want to get, and you almost want to fill out your little checkbox of all the cool birds that you've seen and know it. And that level of investment is engendered by the gameplay of Wingspan, which is, I've seen simpler bird games not translate that well. And I think Wingspan does that because it engenders the hobby the real life hobby without simulating it. I think that's, I just think that's brilliant.
Anyone want to add to that before I move on to another question? Okay, so I think, Eric, it may have been you who said at one point, tabletop games are more demanding than digital games, and therefore perhaps more rewarding. Could you actually expand upon that?
I'd love to. I think we all can.
Great.
Right. Well, so this is the greatest point of friction to playing a tabletop game is you need other people to play with, usually. You need to understand a set of rules that are usually pretty opaque and arcane, often complicated. You need to do a lot of the game's homework for you, right? You need to open the box, you need to set up the components. You need to interact with other players where the emotional stakes are a lot higher. Try playing a bluffing game with players in real life, right? But because of that, because you've raised those stakes, you've elevated that play, the payoff is that much greater. Anybody here play role-playing games in their life, like D&D? There you go. Like your best war stories ever from D&D, right? And those games, I mean, I can't think of a single game more demanding than Dungeons & Dragons. For those who are not familiar, right, classical role-playing games are games where they require a game master, a host, a storyteller, somebody who has to put together an adventure for everybody else to enjoy and play. They're putting themselves, their own creativity, their own authorship on the line, and they're responsible for everybody else's fun. Because usually with people that you're connected with, but sometimes even with strangers, that level of demand just automatically, like it doesn't, even if it goes off the rails, and sometimes it does, and that's fun too, you'll always remember that. I play a lot of video games. I enjoy them a lot. I don't remember the last great video game story I played, but I remember like 5 to 10 amazing tabletop game stories that I had for even the last month.
Excellent. So we've talked a little about role-playing games. We've talked about birding. Let's switch over to women suffrage. Yeah. Ever so elegantly. So you've got this great game about getting the right to vote. And I think one of the things that's just sort of interesting to talk about is the relationship between the mechanics of the game and sort of meaning making and where meaning comes from. Do you want to sort of give us a little overview?
Sure. So something I've experienced as I've talked to folks about the game or at gaming conventions, wherever it's happening, this question comes up of like, well, which came first as you were designing, the mechanics or the theme, right? The mechanics are the rules of how the game operates. It's a card-driven game. It is a two-sided asymmetrical game where suffrage is playing against opposition. So someone usually has to play the player opposed to women's suffrage, and they win by stopping progress, which gives people all kinds of feelings. If you hate winning games, this is like you should play opposition, because when you lose as opposition, it feels a lot better. But the theme drove all of this. The research started with, I think, a game about 70 years of the suffrage movement. Its victories, its mistakes, its problems and amazing progress that happened. And everything came out of research, although sometimes as the research was driving mechanics, you have to do more research for some more mechanics. It all sort of like works together. But I could not reskin this game as a 15th Amendment game. It is not solely a game about passing an amendment. It is about this movement. The people who warned the suffragists that their work wasn't going to be complete if they continued on the path that they were on. So this idea of like which came first, mechanic or theme, for me, the only reason I could spend as much time alone and like in spreadsheets and looking at playtest reports is because I cared so much about this story. So theme drove almost everything, and even when I had to add in mechanics and add in research, it was because the story demanded it.
Great. How about Earthborn Rangers?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very biased, I think, on this because I feel like all of my favorite games are theme first. And I feel like whenever I encounter a game that is mechanics first and the theme's kind of been pasted on, it feels just like that to me, and it doesn't quite hook me. But yeah, it is the same with Rangers, where I really wanted to create something that, again, was about exploration, but really at its heart about connection and connecting with nature, but in a kind of more hobby, like science fiction sort of setting, but also connecting with people. And because of that, those were at the core of the game, and because of that, that informed all of the decisions around it. So, like it's for those of you who don't know, like Earthborn Rangers is an open world game, very very similar to like an open world RPG. But a lot of times those open world RPGs, like you have this is like a CRPG. You have the opportunity when you interact with people to, like, you can either be a jerk or you can help them out, and this is kind of the dichotomy you can choose. Like, oh, I'm going to play my evil playthrough versus my good playthrough. But I made the conscious decision going into this where like I didn't really want to offer the evil opportunity. I wanted to just have the conceit where when you sit down to play, if you're looking again at the Dungeons and Dragons like alignment wheel, like everyone is a good aligned character, and you just don't need to worry about all that other stuff. So you're coming into the game automatically with this feeling like, okay, all that other stuff's off the table. Like, how can I just be good and be good to the people around me and be good to the things that I encounter? So very, very conscious choice, but also very rooted in the theme and in the setting that we created.
Excellent. As a resident of Florida, could we also hear something about I Heart Manatees?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I have a game coming out later this year. It's not quite out yet, called I Heart Manatees, which is a game I designed from the title. I grew up in spending my summers in Florida back in the 80s when you were allowed to swim with ocean creatures. We used to swim in the canals south of St. Andrews State Park I used to swim with manatees every summer, and they're like, if you don't know what manatees are, just look them up. They're amazing. Google them. People call them sea cows. They are, I call them sea pandas. They're just big, chill, ungraceful kind of stoner animals that just like they just sit there eating seagrass all the time. They're smart. They're friendly, and they're in such perfect symbiosis with their ecosystem. No natural predators, but I wanted just to make a game that appealed to, that essentially wanted to make a large audience love manatees as much as I do. And so the way I did that was to make this very family-friendly $20 game about conservation building, build a habitat, rescue manatees, and keep them happy as much as you can. What keeps manatees happy? Seagrass. Eating seagrass and getting photos with their, and of course, while doing that, get photo opportunities with your, of course, right? It's conservation. So get the photo opportunities with all of their other things, friendly divers, coral remoras that they're with. By the way, I've explained all the rules of the game, so that it's a very, very simple game to play. I was going for, because it's not, unlike Wingspan, it's not there's not manateeing, there's not a nerdy hobby that goes with manatees. I want to make a very heart game, like a motion game. Like I want people to play this game going, oh, this is cute. And even though you're playing a strategy game, a competitive strategy game, at the end of the game, if you don't win, you don't get all the points. You're like, oh, I didn't keep my manatees happy. You should feel sad for that, not because you lost, because your manatees were sad. To me, that's the success metric for me for that game.
Excellent. So while we're sort of on conservation, it seems like a good time to talk about the physicality of board games and analog design. So you're creating a physical object, and I think some of you have been investigating ways to lower the environmental impact of those physical objects. Who wants to take it?
I think that should be me.
Great.
Yeah, I worked for many years at Fantasy Flight Games, where we made a lot of products every year. Like sometimes like over 200 releases a year, and a lot of plastic pieces, a lot of single-use plastics. I have been a party to a lot of what I feel like is at the heart of what's wrong with a lot of our consumer products in general, not necessarily just hobby gaming products. So in creating Earthborn, my question was like, all right, well, how can we do it differently? How can we do it as sustainably as possible? So for me, that had to do with like really starting with looking at the objects that we're creating and then imagining what happens to them like 100, 200 years from now. And I think that is not a perspective that most people take about anything that they create. Not really super concerned about what's going to be going on 200 years in the future. But I think about like the amount of things that we accumulate, especially like as gaming hobbyists. Like, and I definitely count myself in this number. I have a tremendous number of board games. But while those games might have meaning to me, will my descendants care for them? Will my children or my grandchildren? Or like, am I just effectively just creating a future pile of trash for my grandkids or great-grandkids to deal with? So my biggest focus really is trying to create games that are high quality, so that it still feels like that same level of quality you expect from like a hobby game, but that you can rest assured knowing that they will one day disappear from the earth. So everything we've done is been trying to take out as much plastic as possible from it, and that goes down even to like the coatings on the paper. So like we have no UV coatings, no single-use plastics, no plastics of any kind. It's all paper. And I've been assured by everyone I've worked with throughout the process that you can effectively, like, you could take our game and compost it, which is not anything that most people would do, I don't think. I don't think it's a huge selling point, but I think you can rest assured knowing that it will one day disappear. So, so there's that as a huge portion of it, but then also where we manufacture. Most of the big games are manufactured in China and then shipped around the world. Our goal is to try to manufacture where the games are sold. So our first campaign had a lot to do with regional manufacturing. My goal was to print in both the United States and in Europe. We limited our backers to those areas for the most part, not counting Australia because they don't have any manufacturing down there, and I wanted to be able to serve those customers. But apart from them, it was very, very limited. And we weren't able to hit the target last time around because our domestic printer fell through. But for our next campaign, which we are working on right now, we will be printing in the United States for North America. So everyone who bought the game in North America will be fulfilled from there. And then in Europe for the UK and the EU. And then we're also, for a retail release, we just got on board a Chinese language partner. So we'll be printing in China for Asian markets. So I'm very, very excited about that. It's very complicated to do this, and I think this is really the reason why most people don't, because it's, you're taking one production and then now you're splitting it and you're just multiplying every single production by 2 and now 3. But I think it's an important thing to do, and I think given our size and our mission to do things as sustainably as possible, I couldn't in good conscience not do that if I knew it were possible. So it's not something that I expect most people to do, but I'm hoping that by showing that it can be done, that maybe if there are people out there who want to give it a shot, then they can see that it can be done too.
Excellent.
And there's this ongoing debate about physical versus digital media, right? We were sold kind of a bill of goods about digital media that get rid of all your Blu-rays and get rid of all of your stuff because you'll just put it in the cloud and that will be fine, right? Well, we know the cloud has environmental impact. We know that corporations having ownership over media creates a temporary nature where you don't actually own anything, right? I think that I'm so grateful to Andrew for this work because I do think people still the physical, the having something on your table that you own that some corporation can't take away because they're going to do a tax write-off on it, right? It's progress. It's some amount of incrementalism, but for all the innovations that Earthborn Rangers and Andrew are making, right? Other manufacturers, other publishers can take some of those pieces and make it better. It doesn't have to be all at once. It doesn't have to be all perfect. It has to be better.
And we've seen that too with Wingspan. Because it has done so well, it created some room for that publisher as well to make changes in their manufacturing process, including subsidizing the manufacturer to buy new equipment, to be able to use pressed paper trays instead of plastic trays for some of the components, and now every other publisher that uses that manufacturer has access to that.
Yeah, and we'll be taking advantage of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So everybody's been very generous in talking about their sort of lessons learned. I think the Games for Change audience fundamentally would love to hear one of two ways you can answer this. Either as a lesson learned that you would like to sort of shortcut someone else. I think you've given the example of sort of preparing for sort of Earth responsible production. I'm curious if anyone has either that or a hope or aspiration for the field that you would, sort of, I can't wait until we get to this point, or I hope we go here.
I have a lesson learned, especially thinking about board games versus video games. I think one of the challenges for analog is the onboarding, because it's really hard to do tutorials for a board game, but I've been really trying to think about that. The complexity of my games is sort of like Wingspan has accidentally become an entry-level game for a lot of people because it's so popular, but it should not be an entry-level game, right? And we realized about 6 months into the first year that we were getting a bunch of people in the Facebook group sort of going, I'm a birder and I bought this game, or someone gave me this game, and what the hell have I gotten myself into?
The Patinkins, there's a great video of Mandy Patinkin.
Yeah, Mandy Patinkin, if anyone, look up his reaction to Wingspan sometime. So we actually developed these little sheets that walk you through 4 turns of the game. They come with your actual hand of birds. It's take these 3 birds as your starting hand and do these 4 things on your first 4 turns. And I think it's our version of the video game tutorial, right? And so we did this again for Undergrove that's coming out this fall, and I'm trying to spread the gospel of more onboarding for complex games, because people get intimidated, I think, by the concept that they're going to do something wrong, and they don't realize that it's sort of a sandbox that you can just play in and see what happens when you do things on your turn. And I think just going through the actions of a few turns that someone tells you what to do, start loosening up that anxiety a little bit. And I think a lot of people have the capacity to play more complex games than we give them credit for, if you can just get over that initial hurdle.
Mm-hmm.
plus 1,000. So I've been personally I've been on this mission for about 5 to 6 years. Of hit me with the realization as I spent a lot of time in Southeast Asia, Singapore specifically, but also big city China, spending a lot of time in game cafes, in people's homes, in very, very casual settings, watching folks play some pretty complicated games. And I'm going to count, say, Exploding Kittens as a complicated game, because to most of the world it is. But with a level of dedication and fidelity that I've never seen. I've only seen hobby games. And like, you're 100% right. Like, folks are ready for an experience that is deep, that is discoverable. That's one of my favorite watchwords, right? A game that reveals itself to you over time without changing too many rules. So I have a game, shameless plug, I've got a game with Hasbro called Life in Reterra coming out next year, which is kind of the culmination of that exploration. It is a game that comes in a $30 box that is a community building game that is, don't worry, I won't teach you the rules now, but that is about 30 minutes of play, but you can, it uses a lot of video game style lessons that we learn. You learn by playing, just jump through, just pick up a couple of tiles and build a community, one piece at a time. And you learn it in 5 minutes, like actually 5 minutes, from unboxing the game to looking through the rule book to starting to play. It is really fast to learn, but the game is incredibly deep. There are like 10,000 different combinations of play that, like 10,000 different game states that you can start playing with. We spared no expense in complexity, but we moved all of that to the back end of it. It was not a feature of the game at the beginning. The hook of the game is that it's really easy to learn, it's cozy, it's inviting. And to speak of the tutorial, we actually run you through your first few games. Your first game, we'll play it with this setup. It doesn't feel like a tutorial. You have full agency. Play with this setup. Then flip a couple of cards, and you'll notice the game changes completely. Just because the scoring opportunities are completely different now. The context has changed. After that, flip all the cards. The context has changed yet again. And then, oh my God, there's 2 more trays in here. Like explore the 10,000 other ways to play. I got that from video games. I worked in video games for a long time. But giving that with board games and letting the most astute player at the table do the teaching. I'm sorry, one more thing I want to bring up is there's a special thing that we have in there, which I'm really proud of, is the game is built on variable setups, right? Like a game like Dominion, if you've heard of it. Because there's so many combinations, we wanted to create a sense of ownability in the game. So in the back of the rule book, you can decide as the owner of the game, if you find a combination that works, oh, this is more interactive, this is a little bit more sedate, you'll pick the cards, you get to write your own name on it, name that setup yourself. You can kind of feel like a co-creator of the game, like the modding community in Roblox or Minecraft. And that ownability and that sense of community with your friends, you get to host this game that made by Hasbro, me, and yourself. I think really engenders an elevated level of stakes, an elevated level of enjoyment.
Excellent. Jude.
Oh, of course. It is my deep and sincere hope that people who play Votes for Women are inspired to join, whether it is a big movement or a neighborhood organization, that they understand that the real enemy we face is our own cynicism, and the real power we have is when we're in it together, and that the game itself walks through that these people weren't perfect. You don't have to be perfect either, right? And I think that the game also is very descriptive of offline activism activities where you actually show up in person and you talk to someone else and you are a part of it together. And whatever issue it is that animates your soul and your spirit is a part, there's an organization out there for you, and that we are in desperate need of being together in this moment.
Well said. I have my first question is basically, sometimes in Games for Change, we talk about the difference between a sort of like a fully committed person who's going to say, I am willing to spend 6.5 hours on this topic. And in digital space, again, in my first book I mentioned this, it's often that we need to get past that first 2 minutes. I may be committed to climate change, or I may not be, but in 2 minutes, I'll figure that out pretty quickly. Is there an analog, something similar within analog game design that might also apply in this context? It sounds a little bit like what you're discussing in onboarding, but there is this sort of commitment, we're about to spend 6 hours playing this game, or we're about to spend an hour playing this game. Are there ways that people can entice folks into playing experiences that may not actually be what they think they're engaged or interested in?
Oh, you're describing Hook. Right?
Yeah, sounds like your panel yesterday, right? That like people decide, like cover art is incredibly powerful in digital game, in tabletop games.
Absolutely.
Or both.
I mean, Hook is, this is, we talk about this in mass market a lot, but I really feel like we should be talking about this in all games, especially physical games. We describe Hook as the non-game design reason that you are interested in playing this game. Votes for Women, your Hook is your title, right? Like that instant, we got it. Your message is the game. It's not always that, but there's many different ways to do Hook, right? Your Hook could be an inviting cover, an inviting theme. I like to think of covers as movie posters, right? Your movie poster will tell you, should evoke for you, like, why do you want to turn this box around and look and understand what, excuse me, and actually explore this game with us. It could be a toy. It could be a gimmick. I know gimmick is a bad word, but it's not to me. Like, well-done gimmicks are great. I want to shamelessly plug Hungry Hippos, one of my favorite games in the world. Unironically, one of my favorite games. It is a game that you pull it out of the box, you put it on the table, you know instantly why that, you know how to play, you know why it's fun, and you can just start. It doesn't matter what country you go to, what language you go to, it's amazing. Not all games can be Hungry Hippo. For our game, Life in Runeterra, it's a box that looks a little Animal Crossing-esque, like kind of cozy and inviting, but as you get deeper in, you just notice a whole bunch of extra detail, and you're like, oh my God, what is going on in this world? It's so enticing. Wingspan's got a big bird on the cover, and it's a little nerdy, right? Like you open the back of the box, you're like, oh my God, this is a hobby. Like Earthborn Rangers is, I mean, sorry, I'm doing all your panels for you. But I spent a lot of time on Hook. Like I've been spending 5 years on this. I mean, you've got this wonderful stylized cover. It looks like it's built on sustainable. It's a sustainable box. Like it hits you emotionally. It does not hit you intellectually. Mm-hmm. There's a great saying once. I think it was by Richard Garfield. Where like gamers like to say that people like to say they want to play games for the intellectual challenge. That is kind of true, but they really want to play it they're hooked into a game for the emotional impact, mm-hmm. And you have to hit them on that level, or you're never going to get them to commit.
Yeah. If someone doesn't either have fun or get that like emotional resonance, they're never going to learn what you want them to learn or have the behavior change that you want them to, like, or ever come back and play your game again. Like with board games, if their first playthrough is not fun, no one is going to pick that game up again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And I think too, like again for me, like the games that always hook me the most that I've played throughout my life are the ones that I feel like I can feel the creator's vision come through as clearly as possible. And like for me, like it's like I can sense the difference when there's heart behind it versus not. And I think those are the games that resonate the most, and those are the games that people tend to come back to over and over and over again.
And I'll give a shout out to board game content creators, influencers, if you will. There's a whole ecosystem of folks that play games and talk to their audience about it. And that's word of mouth at scale. And it's incredible. Like there are reviewers, we were talking about Dan Thoreau and Space Biff, mm-hmm. right? Like there are certain reviewers I really trust their opinions, and I might have doubts about a game, but if Space Biff really likes it, then I'll probably give it a shot.
Excellent. And then real quickly, if you could just cover, because this just came up, the opportunity and replayability in this context versus digital play?
Well, I think like replayability is a question that's like a bullet point that comes up a lot. And I think when I was more in the corporate space, that was something that we'd have to make sure we're checking off that box that we can talk about it with the sales team and then they can talk about it with distributors and stuff, because it's a question they have. But I feel like, again, games are infinite. Tabletop games are infinitely replayable. Like, there are very, very few games that are just disposable one-off. They do exist, but for the most part, like, you can play a game as much as you want, and as long as it's not solvable, like, again, like most board games are not that. Replayability exists as long as it speaks to you.
I mean, how many games of Uno did you play growing up?
Yeah, I still play Uno.
There's nothing inherent, in terms of like the board game industry's idea of replayability, there is nothing in Uno that is like what we would call as game designers like for replayability.
Right.
And people play that game over and over again.
Sorry, didn't mean.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm a game designer and a nerd, of course I had to taxonomize this a little further, right? Like, so like I think about replayability as it's two parts, right? It's discoverability. Well, let's talk about discoverability for a second. Like most games are replayable, right? But for most players, that like. They're discoverable. Sorry, they are replayability because you want to get better at it. Like chess, you can play forever, but you want to play better to get for mastery. If you are not interested in mastery and getting better every time you play, the games are going to feel a little bit samey, which is why they say it's not replayable. That's where that came from. And that like that's valid. Like not everybody wants to master every game that they play. So for games with the second part is a high variety of outcome. So every time you play the game, it feels a little bit different. I built this beautiful thing that was different from the last game I played. The vibe of this game is slightly different from the vibe I played before. Games like Dominion, hopefully Life in Reterra, what we're aiming for, like they're like that. I like the term discoverability because it tells you the game is inviting you to explore a new facet of that game or new vibe the next time that you play, and it promises that, and you don't without a commitment to just having to get better at that one skill set. So for me that doesn't feel checkboxy. I do understand the feeling of it, but I love, as long as you're going into it with good faith and offering players who are not interested in mastery a new way to discover playing. I think that's to me that's a big plus.
Great. I want to give an opportunity for anyone in the audience to ask a question, because I know the panelists are interested in hearing what people might want to ask. So does anybody have a question they'd like to? Yes, please.
Oh. There's a microphone right over there.
No.
Wait,
Mike's not live.
all right, so earlier you were talking about how memory in board games is one of the big differences between digital and analog games. What are some things, if anything, that you've taken from video games and been able to apply to designing board games?
I could talk about that forever, but I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, I feel like Eric and I can speak to this a lot because we've not only adapted video game properties to the tabletop medium, but are also pretty big video game players ourselves. Like, I feel like I take a lot of inspiration because of the style of game that I'm interested in. And there are, I think, experientially, there are things that video games can do that tabletop games just simply don't. But for example, like the Earthborn Rangers is very much inspired by open world video games like Elder Scrolls and The Witcher. Like for me, it's just seeing how their systems work and how the systems work in those games to create a world that feels alive, like trying to then emulate that in what we've done in the design of Earthborn Rangers, like huge inspiration from that as well. And I'm not I would say a thoroughly schooled and experienced designer like Eric, but I know that you probably have lots of things that you've taken from video games that you've applied to your work as well.
Oh, sure. I mean, well, I'm looking at the yellow light here, so I'll give you one point. The big bullet point. Players don't enjoy homework. They don't. And when homework is when a game when a game needs the player to do some arbitrary level of administration, setting up the game, tearing down the game, figuring out how I want to take this action. These are the rules that I need. These are the rules and mechanics I need to get to doing this action. The less friction that you can put in between the player and the fun thing that they want to do, the better. We've kind of known this all intuitively, but in hobby games where we come from, it's so easy, right? We end up building on each other's work for year over year over year. So we end up making these games that are more and more and more complex and assume more and more game literacy, or for if we make games for hobbyists, for only the deepest hobbyists that love like only the most agonizing decisions possible, or the game to be as difficult as possible every step of the way, we kind of get astray. Video games are really, really good at constantly reminding you, like, oh my God, it's fun immediately. And in my opinion, that's the best lesson I've ever learned in board games. And returning back to mass market, I realized you don't have to sacrifice depth to do that. You just have to sacrifice homework. Now, that's easier said than done. That is years and years and years of disciplined time and forgetting that, and forgetting all the complexity that we as designers and creators have accrued over our careers.
Excellent. It seems like that's about the right place to stop. I want to thank our panelists for all your insightful observations and recommendations. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Eve Crevichet, the Executive Director of Take This. And I'm so pleased to be introducing a session that is so close to our work. From Pixels to People, a guide to thriving gaming communities, is not just a talk, it's a blueprint for building bridges in the digital world. Led by Cecilia D'Anastasio, video game reporter at Bloomberg News, and our panel of experts, Maria Oliveira Tamolini, Kimberly Vole, my colleague Elizabeth Kilmer, Daniel Kelly, and Savannah Badalage will take us on a journey through the pixelated pathways of gaming communities. Please welcome everyone to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel on building thriving communities and online games. Thank you so much also for coming to this late Friday summer panel. You guys are heroes, and we have a really great lineup for you. My name's Cecilia D'Anastasio. Like I said, I'm a video game reporter with Bloomberg News. And I also just wanted to start with this. When I think about thriving game communities, I always think back to how online games existed before social media as we know it. And so early on, a lot of these games didn't benefit from the wisdom we've gleaned or the trauma we've suffered from websites like Facebook and Twitter. In fact, for a long time, anti-toxicity features were more of an afterthought than a design principle. Thinking about, in 2020 when Valorant launched, there were certain features that were not integrated that were later integrated, or Overwatch, for example. And so I want to start here with Maria first. Can you talk a little bit about the history there? To what extent were gaming companies integrating these pro-social design methods into their games 10 years ago versus today?
Yeah, so we were discussing about that before we came here. So there was this huge challenge of not having standards, and this is something that we all have been working together to tackle. And also, depending on the gaming dynamics, the kind of audience you want to reach, things can be different. So from 10 years ago to now, also things got more interactive, requiring different features and tools. So in my role, because I provide safety and security solutions for games, my role is to complement whatever the game has in terms of features for trust and safety and be an ally in that journey. But I also want to hear from my colleagues.
Yeah, Dr. Vole, I know you thought deeply about this too, and you spent some time working at Riot, which developed Valorant. What are some specific design tools that worked or didn't work in your experience to cultivate thriving communities, and how has that changed over time?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think foundationally, a lot of what we are doing as game developers, as I'm sure pretty much everyone in this room can appreciate, has shifted pretty fundamentally in the last 10 to 15 years. People have probably heard me talk about before how we've shifted from a world of fundamentally boxed products that you take off a shelf, a toy that you play with, and nowadays, you'd put that away and you'd be done. And nowadays, of course, we are creating these essentially social infrastructure, which is a huge amount of responsibility for us as game developers and the curators and caretakers of these spaces. So I think a lot of that journey has been, reflects in that, because we have had to recognize and understand our responsibility and opportunities really in these spaces to caretake them with an appropriate level of attention to what's happening in these spaces and the tooling that's required, and having to reevaluate and understand and appreciate and advocate for the kinds of things that need to be done in development today that just 10 years ago were not something gaming companies for the most part were thinking about. We didn't know how to integrate them. So we've come a really long way, but I think that's a key piece of that has been the fundamental aspect of not just we need to moderate, we need to address the harms and the disruptions that are happening in these games, but we need to go upstream and understand in what ways can we develop and design for spaces that are fundamentally conducive to the sorts of outcomes that we want to see and that are indicative of healthy communities.
I have a follow-up question. It might sound like a trick question, but would you say it's easier to change a game community after it's been established or before?
Oh, definitely before. Not to say for those who have established game communities, there's lots you could do. Come talk to us. We have tons to say. But no, absolutely. There is. It can be very, very difficult to really justify an upstream investment when you're thinking about it from the perspective of, well, let's see if the game makes money, and then, if it draws an audience, and then we'll turn that into moderation tooling and address it, if and when the problems come. Well, let me tell you, it's a when. When you bring people together anywhere, whether on online spaces or not, these spaces are fraught. Humans, it turns out, we're complicated. We don't always get along, newsflash. And certainly in online spaces, which are often poor reflections of what we get in face-to-face environments, we see a lot more of those problems bubble up. So if we are able to design spaces with these considerations in mind that reflect the fundamental humanity of what it means to come together across cultures, there's so much more that we can do. And if we can develop in a way that allows us to leave space for the key core tools like moderation and other things that really go in, like community management, upfront investment in these areas, I think needs to be a fundamental part of what good game development looks like. And for smaller companies that might struggle with that, those at larger companies or the platforms or the various tooling, the game engines, we need to make space for and support those smaller developers so that they can be accessible to them in the process.
I love that response. When I'm writing about online gaming, I often consult research from Daniel at the Anti-Defamation League, who studies hate in online games. And those studies are industry leading. They're really great. The most recent one showed that 3 out of 4 teens and preteens experienced harassment in online multiplayer games in 2023, which is up 67% from the year before. That's wild. Daniel, can you speak a little bit about what your experience has been like trying to collect data from gaming companies on this research, and also what the benefit is of having these sort of stats out there?
Sure. So as I said, we do an annual survey of hate and harassment as well as extremist ideologies in online multiplayer games, in part because there isn't the ability. So online games are ephemeral spaces, right? You can't look at it. My microphone is on. Is that better? Is that on? Huzzah!
Important to hear you.
Important to hear. All right. So we do a survey every year, a nationally representative survey in the U.S. of hate and harassment, and as well as exposure to extremist ideologies in online multiplayer games, because we can't. The data to study these spaces doesn't exist, right, or isn't available to third-party researchers, right? So if you want to know what's going on in League of Legends or Call of Duty or any other number of online games, the tools that you have to measure the prevalence of hate and harassment in these spaces is non-existent, right? And so I think what we found is, when the first year we did this survey in 2019, we put out the survey, the numbers for the first time, and what we heard from folks who are inside the companies was that, suddenly, because you have these sort of high-level statistics, you're able to get, the person said to me, oh, finally I got an email response from my CMO, right? Because I had high-level statistics about the prevalence of hate and harassment online, and it wasn't just what I'm seeing or what some of my colleagues are seeing. So I think we've seen the benefit both for the public to understand, for lawmakers to understand, but also for people who are doing the internal advocacy at companies to have the third-party figures to be able to make the case internally, hey, this is a real problem and we need resources to address it.
I have a broader question for you as a follow-up as well. Can you kind of speak to how setting firm boundaries of right and wrong in video games can influence more than just the health of a gaming community? Is it bigger than that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think anything that you can think of that happens on social media happens in online multiplayer games, right? Our survey found that 15% of American adults are exposed to white supremacist ideology in online multiplayer games. Things like the superiority of whites, the inferiority of non-whites. And this is the first year, actually, in the past we've talked about the spread of ideologies, right, or rhetoric, right? But this is the first year we did qualitative interviews with some of the people who were in the survey, and this is the first year we found that there's actual evidence of sort of extremist recruitment in these spaces, which is really concerning. And so I think these things, it's important. I think when you're talking to a game company, right, they care about their game, and so those are the terms that I sort of talk in, right? If I'm talking to a legislator who cares about these kinds of issues, right, I am talking in the broader societal context that these are digital spaces that are going under underexplored certainly by civil society, definitely by government, right? And so you sort of fit the message to who you're trying to reach in a particular context. But I think as Dr. Voll said, like these are sort of broadly social spaces that are, the reason that I'm a gamer myself, right? I'm not doing this work because I believe that like games are some, undeniable evil in this world, right? I'm doing this work because I've seen I talk to my brother. Is like one of the main ways we communicate is we talk about Baldur's Gate 3, right? That's sort of like that's what we're talking about right now. So like, I don't think like we do this work because games are so good and because they can have such a powerful such a powerful social good for so many people, and there are problems, right? And they could be better.
Yeah.
And so really that's sort of where we're coming from.
Absolutely, and I know Dr. Kilmer, you've used games, including Minecraft, as an intervention tool with neurodivergent youth. Can you talk a little bit about why games are powerful as tone-setting tools for socialization?
Oh, absolutely. So when we think about games, they are this like safe, fun place for us to get to play. And oftentimes the consequences that we experience in games are different than in real life. Most people are not going to like lose their job if things don't go well in a video game. You have games that will often like give you an opportunity to try something over, or you'll have regular save points. You can save in the middle of a battle in Baldur's Gate 3. So if things go really poorly, you don't even have to start the battle all the way over, which is really nice. And so just that kind of low risk opportunity is one of the things that's really powerful. The other thing that can be really powerful in games, aside from the fact that they are fun and engaging and we want to play them, that is very much a prerequisite and very much helps with learning, is games often give us opportunities to talk more explicitly about rules, to better understand what are the boundaries of a space, what is allowed and not allowed. Especially when we're using games in therapeutic contexts, whether that is something like Minecraft or a tabletop role-playing game like D&D, we often have opportunities for being able to talk a little bit more about the communication that we are having. And that communication can sometimes be about the avatar that we have in the game instead of the individual themselves. So we can often see a little bit less defensiveness or distress because some of your behavior is a little bit more externalized, and we can focus more on the behavior as opposed to like the inherent worth and lovability and value of the person themselves.
I love that response. I think about how online games are often viewed as these like blank slates where anyone can be anyone, do anything. And that's really beautiful. Like I know Final Fantasy XIV had its Pride celebration over the last weekend, but also games have this sort of nasty habit sometimes of recreating real life social dynamics. And I'd be so curious, I mean, Savannah, obviously, you do policy at Discord, but we've talked before about how you grew up playing MMOs. Can you talk about just personally, like what your experience with that has been in online games and how you see that dynamic kind of bleeding into your work?
Yeah. Totally. I did all the things as a teenager you probably shouldn't be doing, and all the things that I now kind of advise parents and educators and teens to kind of maybe steer away from. I had built my first computer with my dad when I was 9. I was definitely on platforms I probably shouldn't have been on. But I remember playing MMOs, in particular World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and they were huge for me because my physical environment was one where I couldn't be out. It was dangerous for me to be queer and out in that space, and so using MMOs, my avatar, fan fiction, fan art, I was able to explore those parts of my identity. And being an enterprising kid who was trying to learn more about my identity and had come from a lived experience where maybe I didn't have the full understanding of different communities around me, I just had sort of this repressed experience, I made mistakes online. I definitely learned the hard way, in particular Gaia Online, about there's certain things that you don't do, spammy behavior, cheating because I really wanted to, rise up in the ranks. And so I think having grown up and born and bred online has made it a lot easier for me to sort of show up in the policy work and the trust and safety work. It's a combination of knowing the reality of having been a young girl on the internet you get attention, and not all that attention is good. The moment my voice would come out, I'd be sort of outed as a young girl, and I might experience more harassment. Or, you know, there were places where I showed up in a way that wasn't conducive to like a positive environment either, because I had come from a particular lived experience that did not introduce me to other people's, you know, identities. And so I think that when we think about places like Discord, which are really about being a place where you can hang out, play games with your friends, build social connection, build out your identity, safety is a prerequisite for that. You can't really like hang out or thrive without it. And so when we think about our policies, they need to be nuanced. They need to understand the realities of gaming culture, both the things that should get caught and should get, you know, addressed, and then also the stuff where it's like context really matters. There's in-crowd language that people use. There are gay gamers who may not want, you know, to be, you know, have their server removed because they're just expressing and reclaiming language. And so I think when we think about gaming, gaming is a tool, whether it's been like people playing games like card games or they're playing video games. People build social connection through gaming. That social connection could be for good. It could be for finding your identity, exploring who you are. We have a lot of queer youth on Discord who really try to play around with who they are. And it also can be leveraged for bad. Like any tool, it can be misused. And the things that make you feel belonging in a community could also make you feel belonging in a group at the expense of others, at the expense of a whole other community. And so how do you hold those two things as like a communication service? You have to hold both at the same time. And so that's why we've seen the power of gaming around talking about mental health and other issues. But we also take serious steps and have dedicated teams that focus on the ways that people are misusing them too. And to be naive about the fact that some parts of gaming aren't always positive, aren't always thriving, aren't always great, you're not going to build that sort of good base if you don't acknowledge it, which again, appreciate the research by all the folks here, because it's been really helpful for us to take that back to our company and adjust.
Yeah, it's interesting too. You referred to trust and safety as a retention and growth lever.
Heck yeah.
In our initial conversation. And Dr. Vole, I know Maria, you too, both of you are kind of working with gaming companies and making that case. I want to hear both of your answers to this question, but we'll start with Dr. Vole. Like, how do you make that argument to a gaming company that trust and safety is a retention and growth lever, that designing good games with healthy communities is going to keep people coming back, versus it being a cost center, which we've seen so much with layoffs recently?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I mean, one amazing point that's already been made is building off of the phenomenal research that's being done. I think a lot of times being able to point to numbers that have been vetted by trusted sources can be an incredible accelerant to that sort of work. There is a lot of winning over hearts and minds and trying to figure out, you know, with every, so I've run the Thriving Games Group, which is previously called the Fair Play Alliance. If you've heard of us, we are a cross-industry initiative that focuses on reducing hate and harassment and design practices and other development practices that help us create environments that are conducive to the kinds of outcomes that we, I think, collectively think are healthy for the community. And so I work with a lot of companies helping them advocate for this work. And so I've had the opportunity and privilege to be exposed to a lot of different challenges and barriers and opportunities in these spaces. And sometimes it really is appealing to those folks, is to be able to speak their language, is to be able to understand what are their core goals in the company and how do you fold these outcomes into that. Because if you try to do it orthogonally, you're just going to run into a brick wall. Even though we might want to, right? There are days when I wake up and I'm just like, oh my gosh, really get with the program, everyone. You know, it can be so frustrating. But I think the more we are able to row together and to align these goals, at the end of the day, you know, hello capitalism, right? This is the reality that we are in, and there are certain business realities that we need to accommodate. So the more we can speak to that reality, while being able to fold in a lot of the core outcomes around thriving that we are trying to promote, I think that helps a ton. And I talk about the sandwich, right? So at the executive, the C-suite level, however big your company, right? It could be a big sandwich. But at the C-suite level, that's where we need to bring in the accountability. That's what needs to hold and develop systems, you know, all the way to how do you evaluate your employees? Because if you're evaluating their competencies based on different goals that are adjacent or even far removed from the outcomes around what we're trying to talk about, then the people, the amazing people, pretty much I think everyone in this room, right, who are doing the hard work to drive these outcomes, they're not getting seen, right? Because your fundamental company structure is not recognizing that effort as valid or relevant to the company's goals. So what we need to do is really work with that executive level to get these goals folded in, systematized, and then the bottom of the sandwich, or side, would be more equal, sideways sandwich. I don't cook at all. So the other side of the sandwich is about operationalizing and empowering and equipping the developers themselves, because we don't want to end up in the pitfall of holding developers accountable to things that they can't accomplish. Right? We don't want to tell someone, hey, you've got to go do this task, and they're totally left, high and dry because maybe they know how, but they're not empowered because they're not really given actually a budget, or it is a cost center, and it's not folded into the company. So you're facing things so far downstream that there's no time or budget or opportunity to actually address things in the way that you know how to do best. So I think there's a lot of complicated aspects here, but at the decision makers level, I think understanding what is the language of that company and trying to find ways to mesh those together so that at the end of the day, you're walking in the same direction. That's one of the most fundamental human ways we can connect and work together. And it doesn't matter how high up you are. At the end of the day, we're all human, and I think if we can align those goals, and find the space and do the research and figure out how a company ticks at that level, I think we can take a step closer to moving forward.
Yeah, I just want to add on what Kim was saying, because we have been working with user-generated content servers on Minecraft, and has been a great experience so far. Because whenever you think about a company like Discord, Riot, they have the whole department thinking about trust and safety. But whenever we're talking with servers, there's a bunch of moderators not necessarily trained and prepared for this. And not necessarily they will buy in trust and safety in the language that we talk. So our work with Mojang, for example, was trying to translate trust and safety in a language that they understand. So what is important for a server, for example? We're trying to attract players. We're thinking about moderators working, many hours and not having enough resources. We're trying to monetize our servers. So translating that language into trust and safety was crucial to get the buy-in in all the trust and safety tools that we offered them. And so far, in the beginning, there was this, people were resistant because there are certain layers and requirements they had to complete. But as we went through the process showing the benefits, like more aligned players will stay and they will disrupt less your server, resulting in less moderation efforts, and then you'll be monetizing better because you have all of those components coming together. So they were interested, and they went through the process of having basic community rules and moderation guidelines and all of that because they saw the advantage. So I believe our role, working in trust and safety, is understanding what are those drivers, and connect, whatever the work we're doing with that language, those benefits, because at the end of the day, if it's not a business, then it's not sustainable.
Can I
even for creators?
Can I add to that point?
Yeah, please.
So in the last year, some of the research that my colleague, Dr. Cohort, and I had the opportunity to do looked at players and their response to toxicity. And we had a sample that was representative in the United States collected by Nielsen. And two of the really interesting pieces that came out of that, the first one is that 7 out of 10 gamers reported that they had chosen to not join a community or not play a game because of the reputation of toxicity in that game. So these are people that you are potentially missing out on, even opening your game or trying it out for the first time because of poor reputation about toxicity. We also found that players under the age of 18 were more likely to not play a game or leave a game or not spend money on a game when that game was toxic or had a reputation of toxicity than players over the age of 18, which I think is really important when we're thinking about making that business case for companies, not only about the players that they potentially have access to now, but also players that are teens that are obviously a target, but also that are going to continue to get older and may carry that greater resistance to or frustration with toxicity moving forward as they gain more consumer power.
Yeah, I might just add here and say it is, when we think about our company strategy at Discord, in order for people to have fun and hang out with their friends, to spend time on Discord, to want to customize their experience, to want to, use Nitro, safety is the prerequisite. It is the basement by which you build your products, and then you end up having, can have more creativity in it. When we think about freedom of expression on Discord, it's really thinking about it from, can as many people as possible participate? If people can't participate, they won't stay on the platform. Think about engagement numbers. They won't tell other people to join or ask them to join the platform. Less growth, less network effect. And then there will be less people that are going to want to buy Nitro or buy subscriptions or in some other cases look at ads. Like, there is a direct relation between the safety of your platform and how well you do in terms of growth and revenue. It is truly a one-to-one there, and that's why we have that built out with 15% of our staff dedicated to safety, more so than our comms or marketing team, because we know they'll come and they'll stay and they'll have a good time if they have that. But I really appreciate the research there too, because I think anecdotally it's what the experience of some of us have felt too.
Maria made a really interesting point too. We've been talking a lot about sort of professionalizing trust and safety, but also there are, like you pointed out, a lot of kids, unprofessional individuals who will take their own time out of their day to moderate a Discord server, moderate a video game forum or something like that, Reddit, a subreddit. Because they think it's important, and also because it adds to their participation in that community. And Discord is a place where there are a lot of people like this who do volunteer to do this work. Can you talk a little bit, Savannah, about sort of how Discord views these maybe younger kid moderators who do this in an unprofessional way?
Yeah, and let me just first say, for community moderation, we have Discord's community guidelines, safety, and then on top of it, you can build whatever sort of cultural norms, rules within your server that you want. In no way are our community moderators moderating our community guidelines. They are not responsible for doing labor that is for our trust and safety team. So I just really want to make sure that that's important, having been a community moderator myself. So for community moderators, what we end up seeing, especially with it being teen moderators, you're more likely to listen to another teen. You're more likely to see if someone else that's in your community, if they're telling you, hey, that wasn't very cool of you to do this, or hey, that was against our rule. They're more likely to listen to someone who's like them, part of their community, part of their, let's say, social class, whatever it might be, and make changes to their behavior. So I would say a big part of our what makes moderators so great, and they're not just literally moderating, they're also community ambassadors. They set norms. They make the place really fun with cool stickers and emojis. They uplift positive experiences. A lot of these teens know at times more than the adults moderators themselves. If you are, I again recommend, if you have a big server and you have moderators, pay your moderators or have something in kind. They deserve it. But in a way, it is a nice way of building a skill. We've seen a lot of these moderators, and we offer Discord Moderator Academy. If you go to discord.com/community, you can see everything from how to build a server to how to avoid parasocial relationships, because it just gets so intense sometimes. But these moderators, especially teens, will build community management skills that they can then use for other jobs in the future. And it goes a long way. There was recently a New York Times article about, a young man who had been, moderating one of his communities, talking about mental health, and it went a long way. We want to also enable them, though, to know that it's not their responsibility to have to take on crisis and to navigate that. But I do think our teen moderators know more about Discord than we do, and really do change the culture a lot more than even our adult ones.
I just want to add a fun
situation because we opened 2 positions for Discord. One as a community manager and the other was product development for Discord. And we got, for those 2 opportunities, a bunch of 16 years old resumes to work with us. And some of them, they had more experience than, other people.
Heck yeah.
So I just want to say that because sometimes, young people, they are on Discord and you believe they are wasting time. But I remember one of the moderators, he was moderating actually 3 different Discord community. One had 200,000 server people, the other one had 500,000, and the other one was just for his personal friends, so it has just 1,000. So who has like 1,000
friends? I don't want that many friends.
But that got really into me because I have 3 kids. So I noticed, and also for Minecraft, we just hired the best plugin developer in the world, and he's just turned 18. I'm so happy that he turned 18 that we could hire him.
Yeah.
So I just believe this is important because there are many skills being developed and we need to recognize and support that a little bit more. Of course, we have to have the safety as a foundation, but they're really, really learning a bunch of things, yeah.
It's interesting. I always view games as like sort of a petri dish for mainstream social and cultural phenomena. And I mean, Discord has obviously been on the cutting edge of so much with regard to trust and safety. And Daniel, we've talked about this in the past. Discord was one of the first gaming companies to have people studying far-right extremism on the staff. I'm not sure if they're still employed at Discord, but I'm curious, can you just talk a little bit about the importance of studying that in particular in gaming communities?
Sure. So I think one of the things we've looked at recently is, and I guess I'd call Discord a gaming adjacent platform. I'd say that there are gaming adjacent platforms like Discord and Twitch, and then there are online games which are function more as their own social platforms, right? And so I would compare Discord a little bit more to the mainstream social media platforms like Meta or YouTube, where they've actually done a great deal of work to develop policies, to build out teams that are looking at extremism specifically, right? I think overall, the gaming industry has not done a lot to lean into addressing extremism, but we have seen that change a little bit recently. For instance, in the last year, we worked with Activision Blizzard to advise them on a change to their code of conduct for Call of Duty. Call of Duty being the game we've seen over the last several years where players are most often exposed to white supremacist ideologies. And so they asked an interesting question of us, right? They said, well, we have a hate policy, right? We have a policy that says you can't address or attack people because of their identity, listing all the different protected characteristics, right? Race, gender identity, the rest of them. And so the question was, what is in a hate policy, right? What would be missing from a hate policy when you're talking about extremism? And so what we came back with, they wanted to update their specifically player-facing code of conduct, so we couldn't have a novel, right, about extremism. And so what we came back with was this sort of language that was about how when hate becomes ideological, right, when hate becomes more, organized, that's when you're going to have aspects of it that are missed in a general hate policy. So your general hate policy may cover slurs, right? It may cover behaviors, like if someone starts throwing a game because they hear someone's voice being a woman's voice, right? A general hate policy may cover that. But if someone is expressing support for a specific neo-Nazi, right? It may, that may not be covered in the guidance you've given to people as a result of a hate policy. If someone is talking about, a home for the white race, right? You may not have, and this speaks to the importance of policy, I think, generally, which is, why is policy important? I think it sets a benchmark for a company that then has impacts downstream, right? If you just put words on your website, then there's no reason to have a policy, right? But if it becomes a guidepost, right? If you say extremism is not allowed in our game, and that informs design, that informs how you train your moderators, that informs how you think about third-party tools that you want to bring in and adapt to your platform, then policy is an extremely powerful tool And so I think that's what we're excited to see. We've seen Activision Blizzard implement this sort of policy update. Roblox has an anti-extremism policy, which acts as like in their community guidelines. And then Microsoft, which Minecraft is under, has anti-extremism sort of as the top, as an umbrella policy for their whole company. So there are examples out there of major companies approaching extremism policy from a particular angle, from these 3 different angles. And so there's a starting point for companies to start to engage here, and I think more companies need to be doing that.
One thing I'd add too, just really quickly, to the examples of how it might manifest in games that is maybe distinct from how people think about it, is that oftentimes when we are seeing people exploit the vulnerable, they're not using hateful language to do so. They're reaching out to them as vulnerable individuals to build a connection, and they slowly and insidiously fold in this ideology and language. So if you're looking for it at the surface, it's often not there, and it's its own special technique to be able to detect some of these patterns, and it's very difficult.
I really do believe that's why it's important to have for like key issues that that your platform really might be exploited for, having those teams that are dedicated who can look at it as a funnel, look at it as a journey. It's not just the worst of the worst, there's a violent incident being planned. It is, what are all the things that are setting the norms, in which it's fine to dehumanize someone, then start thinking about violence towards them, then think about like supremacy pieces there as well. And so I do agree. I think that borrowing from other platforms, like not just hateful conduct, but additional policies for the gaming industry would go a long way. And just to put a finer point on policy doesn't do anything unless you enforce it. So you need to have enforcement, and your enforcement sets the culture for your platform, for your space, for everything else. And so having something on paper isn't helpful, but having, now that being held accountable by product managers, by now built into machine learning models, thinking about this in terms of trusted reporter networks, all those go a lot further.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because when we're talking about like for far-right radicalization specifically, that's something that won't just happen in like a 3-minute Fortnite game. That's something that happens over time across several platforms, right? So of course, because of various sort of child safety laws and privacy laws, it can be a little bit difficult to track that kind of behavior across platforms in these various little snow globes of companies. Savannah, can you just talk a little bit about how Discord works with other companies to track this kind of behavior, and just sort of like how positive gaming communities can sort of bleed into other platforms?
Oh, totally. I mean, again, Discord's used for like one part of someone's ecosystem, right? You would have maybe used, Discord to have conversations with your friends, and then you'll make something that you share on Instagram, then share it on some other platform, et cetera. And so knowing where we are in that particular ecosystem and where we can disrupt things is really important. And so usually, like, people are having intimate conversations on Discord, and when we get a report, they probably met somewhere off of it. And so the moment we have that, we have a few different working relationships, one through Tech Coalition, which thinks about child safety, the Lantern Project, where if we see something that's happening on our platform, we'll let the other industry partners know. Because again, we are not one place for the people to hang out. We are part of a bigger ecosystem of apps and the rest. It's the same thing in terms of positive and like thriving and those kind of pieces there. If Discord could be leveraged for good, especially when it comes to artistic expression, economic empowerment, et cetera, we want to make it easier for those things to also happen across platforms and work in kind of this virtuous cycle, virtuous sort of work across the industry. But yeah, I mean, safety should never be, it really can't be siloed. It shouldn't be proprietary. We should be sharing more information if we can. Again, within the bounds of privacy, obviously, what we think is important. So if it's really bad, we need to do something about it, though.
And Dr. Kilmer, I'm curious with your work, and this is more of a broad question, but what is it about gamers and gaming communities that makes them maybe particularly susceptible to this kind of like antisocial activity?
Absolutely. I appreciate that you use the word susceptible, because I think sometimes in these conversations, it can very quickly turn to like, what is it about games that like makes people violent and toxic? Which should not be the conversation. I think it's important to recognize that some of the issues we have around, whether it be just that kind of garden variety toxicity or extremism, these are problems that we're dealing with on a broader society level. They are not problems that started or originated or are only happening in games or other online spaces. But there are a couple of things that when we're looking at games or we're looking at other online spaces, we may see different kinds of vulnerabilities. And if we look across these vulnerabilities, they can include things like games are really fun. And when games are really fun and they're a great place for connection, that's also a great place if you want to start an exploitative kind of connection with another person. And it would be ridiculous to say, oh, you shouldn't get to play baseball anymore because baseball is fun and people might try and build a relationship with you in baseball that isn't appropriate or isn't okay, right? We would say that's ridiculous. But we kind of do that in games sometimes. So I think it's important when we think about those vulnerabilities. Those can include things like poor moderation, poor community guidelines, poor enforcement of those community guidelines. There are some kinds of competitive elements that can make some of that behavior more likely. But again, this is not competition equals toxicity or competition equals extremism. So it is kind of this complicated picture that we're looking at. But we have identified things like the competitiveness or some of these original kind of toxic norms that start to get established. We found in research that norms around misogyny and norms around hate and extremism are seen as almost standard in a lot of gaming spaces and in a lot of internet spaces. And so that's a space in which we would need to disrupt those norms to move forward. As Kim had mentioned earlier, it is easier to create a thriving community from kind of this ground up as opposed to jumping into a community that is already formed. I think when we're talking about games, even if a game is a brand new game, that game still exists in this larger ecosystem. So for example, if I really like first-person shooters and I spend a lot of time in a first-person shooter community that happens to be really toxic, and then I jump over to a brand new first-person shooter game, I'm gonna bring those same norms over because that's how I'm used to participating in that game, and vice versa. So as you mentioned before, like the trust and safety and the norms piece, this is not a one studio is able to do this in isolation. This is something that we really need to address as an industry.
I want to go to Dr. Vull now too, because we were talking a little bit about, we were talking around sort of designing for healthy communities. I remember when it wasn't normal for you to get feedback that your report was effective, for example. Like what are some really specific design principles that we're seeing more in games, Dr. Vull, that you feel are sort of cultivating healthier communities?
Yeah, I mean, I think for a long time we've gotten used to the idea that moderation is important and that we should be including that, and it absolutely is. But that's very downstream. And if you're able to go upstream and really think about the ways in which your spaces may be exacerbating some of the things that Elizabeth is talking about, I think we can bring our design hats to that problem space and really look for ways to help foster trust in healthy ways, and then, as has already been said, pairing that with appropriate levels for those who may be vulnerable or those who may show up to exploit said trust. We don't want to create a space where there's no trust at its foundation. If we did that in society, all hell would break loose. It doesn't work that way. So there's two sides to every coin, and oftentimes I think in gaming we have historically focused on one side of that coin. So bringing back that other side to ask these questions of what does it mean from a design perspective to put these things more in balance. People often talk about a lot of, hey, we've talked about all the negative problems in gaming, let's talk about all the positive behavior and whatnot, which is coming from a good place, and I think arguably the sentiment is correct, but I think what we're really looking for is how do you foster pro-sociality? How do you foster the behaviors and conduct that create spaces that at their core are allowing these environments to be psychologically safe? And not just psychologically safe if you happen to show up with the right skin color, but psychologically safe to people from all identities, from all walks of life. And one of the classic problems that we face is, how do you represent the underrepresented? Classically, gaming companies query their player base. But if your player base is not welcoming to a broad community, then guess what you're going to get? A very insular perspective. And it can be very hard to represent those people that are not in the room and that space has not been made for them to be in the room to understand what it means to develop spaces that would allow them to feel welcome in the first place. So a really key piece of this is doing that work of going outside, being curious and understanding and seeking perspectives and working with people who understand these various identities to create spaces that are actually welcoming to these, to all identities. I think that is a very foundational piece of the work that we are trying to do.
Maria, we've talked a lot about the ways in which positive gaming communities can cultivate growth, right? But you work also with age verification technology, which from what I understand, reporting on publicly traded companies, sometimes like slowing down signups and things like that, it's not something a lot of game companies want. They want it to be very easy to sort of just jump in, communicate, increase engagement. Can you talk a little bit, like, what is it like to pitch kind of like slower sign-up methods, maybe like collecting more information, both from a business perspective, but also from a legal perspective?
Yeah, so when I started Gamer Safer, I think my biggest passion was protecting children online. I have to say that and remind me like 5 years ago. What I realized whenever I was starting this work, it was not that simple. Things were different a little bit 5 years ago, so I think now we have like more conversations about it. We have more regulations pushing for it. So our approach, age verification is not our main use case right now, but what we have been doing is finding the opportunities to incentivize whenever there is an opportunity. So we don't push for age verification, but if there is a community, a game that has certain requirements, I want like above 18 years old to join such conversations, or I want to know more about my community so I can improve matchmaking and things like that, then we offer that service. So that approach has been more fruitful for us, because if we kind of push and make mandatory, for example, in the end of the day, the decision will be from the platform. So the game itself will decide. But if there is, these incentives, that's, for example, I will have this early access to this feature, then players will verify it, and among those players, we will see there will be, young users there. So that approach has been more fruitful for us than pushing straightly age verification. And also there are different norms around the globe. So for example, games and communities based in Brazil, they are less resistant to the age verification methods that we have. Here in the US, people are more resistant to certain methods. So we're learning about that and trying to find different mechanisms. But one thing that I learned is that the angle we are tackling with our technology, which is, we are talking about thriving communities, and that comes with different layers, Sometimes you want easy solutions to challenging problems. So those different layers are important, and they need to come together in order to deliver, safety at scale and making sure that people are coming back to our platforms. So one of the angles we're tackling and offering is the accountability. So if I did something inappropriate, then there is an accountability mechanism to making sure that I'll be accountable. I'll have like a temporary ban or something like that, or be permanently banned based on my terms of services and things like that. So I think there is no one size fits all. That's my answer. And working directly with the platform helps us to kind of curate the best way to deliver such solutions. But because this is a panel about blueprint for thriving communities, I think it's important to remind about those different layers, and that will also vary depending on the game and the platform and the level of interactions and the kind of audience that you have, all of that. I wish it was simple.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to follow up on that and something Dr. Vole said, who's one of my favorite people. But I do want to push a little bit on something he said, which is that gaming is for all people, right? I don't think so. Right? I think there are people, like, we don't want neo-Nazis in these games. We don't want pedophiles in these games, right? I think there has to be a line, right, somewhere where we say it is for all people within certain norms, right? And I think that's just something that, I think it's easy to go to a place where we're saying this is for all people, where in fact it's about the norms that we set and the values that we hold and how we collect and enforce them in these spaces, such that we're able to create, truly thriving and welcoming spaces.
I think that's an important point too about separating the environment and someone's behavior from the core of them as a person,
Sure.
right? Yeah, all people are welcome. However, if you arrive with these ideologies and behaviors, then yeah, that's suddenly we're talking about something very different. Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to throw this at Savannah, and then I want to throw this at Dr. Kilmer. We talked a little bit about transformative and restorative justice as a moderation principle on online platforms. Can you just describe a little bit to the audience what those terms mean and how you're thinking about that in terms of governing discord and making discord a thriving sort of community?
Yeah, I think, again, there's a lot of work in the civil society, in the justice space, and human rights work, where they've already thought through how do you handle situations where within a community there's violence, there's some harm. How do you think about not only restoring the trust and the individual who went through the harm, but also rehabilitation for the individual who did the harm? They're still part of the community. There might be something there where you can educate them, help them improve, especially if they're young. Teenagers naturally are risk takers. That is a part of their development. To think otherwise, again, is not going to be reality. And so if we want young people to learn, they sometimes have to make mistakes, be held accountable, and then educated. And so we, at Discord, have a rehabilitative justice model, which we call warning system. But the idea is, like, you've probably heard of strike systems before, where it's like 3 strikes, you're out. We really tailor it to the specific harm being done. If it is something that you're just annoying a server and like you're kind of disrupting conversation, we might give you 10 opportunities to change, but each of those opportunities we're preventing you from sending so many messages, uploading media, joining new servers, etc. If it's something that is true, like extremism, any sort of child safety issues, anything related to violence, we have 0 tolerance. I want to be very clear there. But for the most part, if we see people that are willing to change their behavior and they show that they have changed, we want to restore parts of their access. We want to give them more tools. We want to sort of like reward their good behavior. And so we've been thinking about this, again, taking from civil society and justice systems already. Why would we recreate the wheel online when we can just take from what we're seeing are sort of best practices? And this is especially important with communities where the communities are very, private. It's hard for them to talk about their experience. They may not understand the impact of their actions because they haven't been interacting with others. They may not have a parent who can guide them because the parent's working and just needs to focus on working. And so when we think about restorative justice, that's how we think about it. How do we restore and make that person feel whole that's experienced the harm, make them feel like they can participate, as well as giving an opportunity for rehabilitation for the person who committed the harm. And so, again, we believe in people's ability to change. Within reason, there are certain people we do not want on our platform. That is completely right. And so within those bounds, how do you create a place that can show positive norms? And I think that's sort of the approach we take for accountability, for justice, for rehabilitation.
I think just to add to that, no one is ever going to know exactly what the norms are in a space before they're there. And if you are used to the norms in a space being very toxic or being very disruptive, and then you bring that into a new space and you get penalized because you just haven't adjusted fast enough, I think that is absolutely a challenge, especially for users who may be, have very good intent, but may be particularly vulnerable. They may have a harder time engaging or understanding shifting social situations. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that does not discount harm that is done and should not be ignored. The impact is still very important to address, but it's also incredibly important that we think about if we are trying to create a safer and more engaging global gaming community, understanding that we cannot do that without helping people understand how those norms are shifted. It is really normal if you go into a space and you just desperately want to connect to other people and you find that the people who are getting the most attention are the people who are being the loudest jerks. You might mimic that behavior, right? Or maybe you've found that in the past when you've tried to be kind or vulnerable, that is what gets you bullied. And so you've learned to stop doing that. And so thinking about how we can support people in unlearning those behaviors and understanding what the norms are is really important. There's been some awesome research that has been done on Reddit that has tracked users across different subreddits and found that users will post different kinds of content with different levels of toxicity based on the community guidelines and how well those community guidelines are adhered to in different spaces. So you might have the same user who in some spaces is following those very strict community guidelines, is engaging in very positive content, and then in another space that has less moderation, less strict community guidelines, their behavior may be significantly more toxic, which really speaks to the power not just of an individual to necessarily change, but for their behavior to shift in different spaces, just like the way that you act at school or at a sporting event or in a religious setting may look different.
Or on a main stage.
Or on a main stage.
Well, and I think the fact that it's Reddit you're pointing to is so important there, because Reddit is one of the few platforms that really does allow researchers to study it in this way and allows us to understand it in a really robust way. And we just don't have that in online game spaces where we'd be able to replicate a study like you're describing.
I think just building really quickly on what you said too, that separation of impact from intent is so important. Obviously, addressing the harm, shielding, caring for people who are affected by things that are going on in online spaces is paramount. But in order for us to get to a space of systemic change at scale, we need to be able to have space to talk about and understand the intent, the why behind these behaviors. As Elizabeth said, sometimes it's very complicated what drives a lot of these behaviors. So in order for us to be able to get to the root and start to create, as we were talking about, design methods and different ways of understanding and driving healthier outcomes in these spaces, we need to have that separation. So there's two core tasks here: protect and care for players fundamentally, and then as much as we are able, train and support and care for those who are stepping into these spaces, who may themselves be targets who are being pushed into these behaviors from even worse sources.
Do you think, and just to follow up to what you were saying, do you think that games integrating more diverse characters, more diverse storylines has an impact on the kind of communities they can cultivate?
Oh my gosh, do I? Yes. I think representation is fundamental. So much changes when you see yourself reflected in games, and we have historically not done the best job of that. And if you were here yesterday at the award ceremony, what a phenomenal celebration of representation. This is the stuff that makes the difference when you see yourselves in these spaces. But not only that, there's those deeply personal moments that I think many of us, especially those of us from marginalized communities, have felt when we found that game that was like, oh my gosh, it sees me. But there's also the educational aspect of it. For those who, potentially people in this room, but for those of us who were potentially raised in environments where we weren't necessarily exposed to a variety of cultures or identities, it turns out it's actually quite challenging to cross a lot of those boundaries. We struggle to get along as humans. It's complicated to understand the nuances. In some cultures, it's okay to interrupt more, and in other cultures, not so much. There's a lot of complicated rules for how we interface together. And so representation allows us to understand and get exposed to more of these cultures, to learn some of these nuances, and then we carry those into our day-to-day lives. So it has such an incredible impact that radiates outward when we're thinking about how do we actually make fundamentally more inclusive spaces? How do you actually teach and grow and cultivate tolerance at a high level?
This is for any of you, but do you feel gaming companies have done enough to sort of defend those design principles around integrating diverse characters and storylines?
You mean publicly?
Publicly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there needs to be the industry, there's certainly examples where they have, right? But I think the industry in general needs to do a better job of public advocacy. I think recently Riot Games produced a really amazing 8-minute video where they really went in depth about how this is not the place for hate. This is, and just went really deep. Those are the kinds of things that we need to be seeing.
It was after, just to add some context, there was a particularly egregious clip from the video game Valorant, the first-person shooter, in which a player was being harassed based on their identity. And so the game director responded in this 8-minute video.
Right, exactly. And we had found a couple weeks before as well that when we had players play in Valorant as the username Proud to be Jewish, they experienced sort of virulent anti-Semitism. So it was really awesome to see Riot really stepping up and making a statement. And that's the kind of thing we need to see more companies do, right? Whether it's talking about making their space safe as a social space, whether it's talking about the sort of the media piece of representation, like companies need to own this and need to speak loudly, because that's that's what pushes back on communities saying, oh well, if they're not saying anything, right, then they must agree with us that this is not an important thing, or maybe that they made a mistake here, right? So I think it's super crucial.
It also empowers players in that community to understand what the company is going to stand behind, right? So if the company says, we will not tolerate this, and then you were experiencing this, you may feel more empowered to go to the company and say, hey, this thing you said you wouldn't tolerate is happening, and expect change, as opposed to just going, I guess the company's fine with these things happening.
Or even speak up in the moment. You know, if you know that that is a culturally
you'll be backed
inappropriate
up.
thing, that you're not going to be the target as a result of that if that's seen as normal.
Yeah.
There is interesting data points on ADL's report about that, about what players expect and if they're reporting or not based on what is happening.
Right.
Is there any response? I'm reporting. Is there any response?
Right, like about 70% of both adults and young people just don't report anything,
Yeah.
right? Like they just don't. They don't report anything because either they think the system isn't going to work, or that this is just the culture of the game.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't matter.
Something needs to be happening. I realize we have 26 seconds.
And also just to add, I don't believe there is an end point for these things that we are discussing. It's more of a continuum. We will never stop, thinking about diversity and making better. Trust and safety the same, thriving and all of that. So sometimes we will never be ready, I think. It's constant work.
It's constant work. I think that's a great point to end on. Thank you all so much again for joining us on this Friday summer afternoon to talk about trust and safety and thriving game communities. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everybody. For the first of our closing keynotes, I am so excited for you to join us for a visionary fireside chat with Amir Dossal, founder and CEO of the Global Partnership Forum, and with G4C President Susanna Pollack. Amir and Susanna will explore the importance of partnerships in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals and why the gaming industry is an important resource, especially when it comes to mental health and well-being. So please welcome Amir and Susanna.
Hello, everyone. Here we are, the final stretch. Yes, so good. Thank you for sticking with us. I can see more people coming in, but we keep to a tight clock here, so we're gonna get going. Amir, thank you for joining us.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
It's honor is mine, really. We're gonna have a conversation about. Wait till you hear about Amir's background. I mean, it's quite impressive and honestly inspirational for everything that we're trying to achieve here at Games for Change. And I have 3 questions, and I'm told that I have to limit it to 3 because otherwise Amir is just going to sit here for an hour and we're going to be talking for a long time. But so much to talk about. So Amir, you have had an incredible career built on something that absolutely I love, which is the notion of partnerships, right? That it takes a group of people, cross-sector, to get things done. And you, in fact, you were the executive director of the UN's Office of Partnerships for a decade or more.
Right.
I'd just love to hear from your perspective, why did you spend so much of your career focusing on this approach?
Thank you. First of all, I'm so pleased to be here. This is one of the most exciting parts of what we do. Normally, I'm involved in boring sustainable development work and so on. So being involved with the creative community here is really nice, actually, and thank you. How did I end up here? Like all of us, we had this stupid dream about saying, I'm going to do something different, try and do something good. So I pestered the UN. I was here in 1984, met with a few people, and they looked at me and they said, thank you, but you're overqualified. And I said, look, I'll do whatever you like. I'll do gardening here. I came back in 85, and they interviewed me. And after about a whole day of interviews, suddenly they said, okay, we want you to come and join us. It was the most exciting thing that ever happened, actually. And of course, they said, when can you start? Can you start in 2 weeks? I said, no, I can't, because I had an executive function in London, which I couldn't just walk away from. So I gave them notice 3 months and came here. Over a period of time, it became clear that the UN is a very good institution, believes in doing good, is also stoic, it's bureaucratic. We wrote the book on bureaucracy. I can show you 101 ways to say no, and you'll come and thank me because you'll think I'm saying yes. And it was actually in 1997, the UN was struggling with finances. Ted Turner was due to receive an award that time, actually. I think it was called the Humanitarian Award of the Year. He comes to Kofi Annan, then Secretary General, great man, humble man, and he says, Kofi, in January of this year, I was worth 3 billion. Now I'm worth 4 billion. That 1 billion doesn't do anything for me. I want to give it to the UN because my government hasn't paid its dues. I'll pay it. He did say other things which I can't repeat in public. And Kofi Annan looked at me and said, did he say million? And I said, no, SG. We used to call him SG, short for the Secretary General. No, he said 1 billion. Oh. And he went like this. And he said, can we take it? and I said, I'm really sorry to tell you, we don't have a mechanism to take non-state funding. Although our charter says, we, the people of the United Nations, we are really governments, supporting governments of the United Nations. That was how it was created. So we got Ted Turner to create a foundation, which is the United Nations Foundation, gave him special dispensation to use the name United Nations. And we created the United Nations, initially the United Nations Fund for International Partnerships within the UN. And Will Kennedy was one of the...
Yes, I mean, it was the Office of Partnerships that invited Games for Change to create the Games and SDG Summit. And he was like a mentee of yours, right?
Oh, he's my partner. Great guy. Yeah.
So this is the office that you created then?
Yes, you know, it became quite clear. Ted Turner comes in and he says, here's the $1 billion, and he did not ask for anything in return. We actually gave him a UN badge, and he'd forget. He'd call me from 2nd Avenue and 44th Street.
Right.
Amir, I'm coming into the UN. I haven't been to the UN. I just want to touch the building. And I said, where's your card? He said, I don't have it. I said, oh. In UN bureaucracy, if you don't have an ID card, it's not what your face looks like. There's a little piece of paper which will get you in. So I said, don't worry, okay, we'll try and do that. We got him, I got an ID card quickly issued. But the bottom line was, his approach was, I want to do good. I want to help in women's empowerment, women's health, biodiversity, protection of World Heritage Sites. Jane Fonda, then his wife then, she was the one who was driving the agenda, and we were thrilled that she was looking at the agenda related to gender balance, health, equity, and so on. So other people came to us and said, well, if you work with Ted, why can't you work with us?
Right.
We also have something to offer. And there have been many, many people, and you've, excuse me, you've heard about what Bill Gates has been doing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He also doesn't have an agenda. His mission is, I want to help redress these imbalances in our society. So we were very fortunate, but there'll never be another TED, I guess.
But at that time, and this is an amazing thing to see, this is 1997?
1997.
1997, $1 billion was given to this foundation that was administered by your group.
Right.
And so, if I understand it correctly, so you then worked across different UN programs to determine what was the needs of the time.
Right. And of course, you can imagine people say, oh, I'm going to get $1 billion. So we were learning ourselves. So we asked for UN agencies to come up with ideas and programs which could help the underprivileged. So education, health, poverty, gender empowerment, infrastructure development, etc. We had 500 different project proposals. I said, oh, I don't believe this. How will we handle this? So we asked them to say, okay, tell us which local partner will you have in the process, and please also articulate what will you leave behind, the concept of sustainability. And sure enough, the UN folks delivered. It was unbelievable. And we were thrilled and honored to do that. And I worked with the former Undersecretary General, Joe Connor, unfortunately passed away. He was a very bright man, actually. And he was from PwC. And he would say, Emir, just make sure they deliver for us.
Yeah.
That's all we want. And so accountability, downstreams, results-based, that's how it works.
Well, I think that's a great lead into my next question, which is about the current Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and the fact that 2030, is the moment of evaluation.
Right.
And the theme for this festival is around that marker and how games can be a catalyst for social change. And I'd love to get your thoughts on where the SDGs are today.
Yeah, that's the downer, actually, I'll tell you. When we launched the SDGs in 2015, so I'll take you back a little bit, another 15 years. In 2000, during the Millennium process, actually, Kofi Annan launched the Millennium Development Goals. We worked hard at it and put together 8 goals, and several targets, and so on. And people didn't know what the MDGs were.
Right, they were the MDGs.
Yes.
Right, I remember that.
It was early stages. We didn't know how to get the message out, etc. And we were not that successful. 2015, we started in 2012 a consultation process with civil society, with people like yourselves, engage, participate in meetings, most of them physical, but some virtual, some contributions in writing and so on. And through that process, we built this 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I was involved in one of the goals, which was the oceans goal. Ocean agenda didn't exist anyway. If you visualize, 90% of what we eat comes through oceans. Not just fish, transport, etc. What we wear as well often is shipped. And yet we pollute the oceans. 8 million metric tons of plastic every year. And I'm saying, can't even fathom this. Plastic gyros there. 90% of the fish stocks have been depleted. So these 17 goals suddenly came about with acquiescence of 193 member states. All of them came together and adopted these goals. Admittedly, they were ambitious, but very good goals, excellent targets. 163 targets were put in place. Last year, we passed the halfway mark. And guess what?
What?
15% achievement.
15.
Yes.
Not 50.
No. Wow. We started originally with the idea that we would need 2 to 3 trillion a year, maybe 2.5 trillion a year of injection of funds. Pandemic comes in, financial crisis comes in. That figure now is 5 trillion. So we are so far behind that the risk is by 2030, hope we don't have to do that, start a new set of goals.
With another 10-year
yes.
right, trajectory.
Yes.
All right. Well, this is a good segue into why we're excited as the games industry to hopefully come in and participate. We've already seen some tremendous success, some fundraisers, how the games industry has stepped in and created funding opportunities and motivated their players to contribute very quickly to crises. Right. I think it was really from the war in Ukraine, right? There was a wonderful partnership with Microsoft and Epic, and I think, if I get my numbers right, 200 million was raised within two weeks. Yes. And that's the power, right? Yes. Like, that's the power of this community. We know that's not the only way games can contribute to the SDGs, but that fundraising piece, like, there's a real power that we have as a collective through an enormous economic, position in terms of how the size of the industry itself is, and the revenue, and the scale of the industry, and then 2, the number of players that are playing around the world, and the streamers, and how they too want to contribute, and they're very generous part of the community, and this idea of micro donations, right? The fact that
totally.
Hard to reach people today and say, you're not going to call them on the phone and ask for a contribution, yep. But you can reach them through,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Because they're online playing games. So let's go to what you're working on now and how we met, and I'd love you to talk to us about this concept of the mental health task force, the global mental health task force, and the relationship you have with the Deepak Chopra Foundation.
Right. Thank you. This is actually very exciting. A year ago, a good friend of ours, actually, as well, Donetta Campbell, came to us and said, look, I'd like you to guide us a little bit in terms of how we put together a mental health task force which will touch people downstream, not a high-ploy diplomatic initiative, but a grassroots-led initiative. Deepak Chopra at that time was very keen on doing something, and I have to give credit to Punacha, who's the CEO of Deepak Chopra's foundation. He was the driving force. So we came together, a small group of us, and met at the UN, and I'm so pleased you were there. And
I was so inspired.
That was kind of historic. We didn't expect that much interest, but actually when you sit back, 1 in 8 person is impacted by mental health. So imagine, in all this group, 1 in 8. We suffer from loneliness.
Yeah.
We need that togetherness. We don't know how to address it. It's invisible until it's not invisible. Mental health disease. So I am sorry to tell you, we do not operate on the basis of prevention. We try and address the problem after it's happened, and that's too late. So the Global Mental Health Task Force is about helping people understand and recognize that whatever their problems are, the mental equity problems actually, there is a solution. There's a group out there who's ready to help. And this is going to grow worldwide. And our goal is very simple. Find ways to address this loneliness issue. Find ways to do some curative side of it, but mainly prevention. Engage them, know that they're wanted. The pandemic didn't help us. As a result of the pandemic, there are 25% more people impacted in mental health area. So how do you touch them? It's not that easy. You know, the WHO has been at it for years about mental health, the need to address it. And passed resolutions, etc. But we do not do things at a level where we engage everybody to say, there's no harm in you telling us that I have a mental issue. Because it's that taboo. You know, if I say to you, I've got a mental problem, you'll say, okay, I'm sorry, I wonder if he's gone crazy or whatever.
There's a need to destigmatize.
Totally,
Yep.
that's the right,
Yep.
absolutely. So here comes Games for Change. That's about exactly what you just said, about touching people in a very elegant way. The streamers want to do things. And these micro contributions is the only way to go. You don't want the billions of dollars, which don't know where it goes, because they're part of the solution.
Yep.
We want inputs and guidance from them as to say, what's missing? What is missing in your lives? We're all missing something. But we're also very grateful. We have many positive things. So we have an obligation to share that positivity to those who could use it and benefit from it. And that's where, when Susanna acquiesced to becoming chair of this group, actually, we were so excited because this Global Mental Health Task Force is an open source platform. It's not, anybody and everybody can join, participate, contribute, share ideas, bring new things to the table. And I go back to what Donetta and Panacha and others, Laurie Medoff and others who are working on this exciting stuff, actually. Their vision is, let's bring new ideas, everybody's ideas together, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Absolutely.
So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership. I know, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, totally.
It's my honor.
You've had 2 days of excitement. This is the crowning glory. Because that's what is needed, actually. You need change makers like her to say, I want to do this.
Well, it is really important. And as somebody who, mental health, as you said, 1 in, 8 people are touched by it. But, it's hard not to feel like as a personal issue, whether you personally are affected by it or if loved ones or family, you realize how hard it is to struggle with it. And so I personally feel driven to get involved, but also representing or being as a connector as this where Games for Change sits. I know the power that we can bring as an industry to addressing this issue. So I was honored, honestly, when Poonacha and Donetta and yourself asked me to get involved. And I will say, I knew that the smartest thing I could do was to find a co-chair who knew this subject matter even better than I, which was Yves Crevachet, who runs Take This. And so Yves and I are collaborating in running this group. And I do want to share a little bit of where we are with it, because we're just beginning. So we have, as you said, it's an open source platform. There are a number of different initiatives that are happening. And the Games and Immersive Group, the working group, is just one. There are other communities and experts in industries supporting other ways to address this topic. But we have put together an advisory group. There are about 40 people that have volunteered cross-sector, from AAA studios to publishers, mental health experts, people from the streaming community, creators. And we are, as just you said, we're going to explore multiple ideas, see what sticks, and our goal is to come up with an actionable plan that can then be presented to the Secretary General, which I understand you are going to play a big part in.
I think it's very important to give that message to the Secretary General.
Yes.
This September, by the way, the UN is hosting something called the Summit for the Future.
Yep.
And at that summit, there's a document which will be adopted called the Pact for the Future. And the idea is very simple. UN needs to revitalize itself, renew itself, do things which are cutting edge, going forward. And I admire the Secretary General. He's the greatest voice for the voiceless. And one of the things he does is he engages young people.
Yeah.
So thank you again. Your mission, your work will resonate widely. As a family, we've been involved in PTSD work, actually, helping our veterans and so on. But again, we struggle. We only deal with it after the problem occurs. So I'm hoping that through this task force, we might be able to do prevention.
Absolutely. And I have to say, to have the level of interest, and I've said this before over the last 2 days, from the UN and entities and organizations like the Chopra Foundation, and with your incredible experience to say, we need to be working with the games industry, that games are a powerful tool to help us build awareness, right? Create solutions and preventative opportunities, fundraise. All of that is like a validation of what we all know in this room, right? We've been working and doing this for 20 years, plus years for many of you guys. And the fact that what I hear is, hey, we need you, right? We need you to help us. And you are the, this, as we all know, this is our future. We're here now, but this is a medium and an opportunity that can't be missed.
Each and every one can contribute, and it's not rocket science. If you look at the SDGs, you're already doing things one way or another.
True.
If it's addressing poverty, health, education, one way or another you are contributing to it. If you think you partner with the person next to you, learn from them, they'll learn from you. It's not 2x, it's 5x. You go 3, it becomes 10x, and so on. So thank you.
It's a great way to look at the world. And partnerships, back to partnerships, right? What can we do together? Amir, I want to thank you for joining us. And I hope this is the first, or this continues to be many conversations.
Thank you. I'm honored to be, really am grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
We are honored to have the talented Anjali Bhimani on our stage again. In addition to being a well-recognized actress from hit series like Modern Family and Disney's Miss Marvel, to a long career voicing video games as Symmetra in Overwatch and Rampart in Apex Legends, among others, Anjali is also an author and producer and a longtime friend to G4C. Please join me in welcoming Anjali, a member of the Mental Health Task Force and our first G4C Global Ambassador, to the stage.
Hi, guys! Oh, I have my phone in my pocket. That's unnecessary. Let's chuck that over there. I am so excited that they were crazy enough to let me wrap this up because after that conversation, what I really wanted to talk with you guys about more today is a little bit different than what I usually talk about when I do this topic. Usually I'm talking to people about basically staying connected with themselves while we're all on social media and dealing with so many different things in our lives that are connecting us but also keeping us disconnected. But I don't really feel like I need to tell you guys about that because you are on the other side of things. You're already making the change. You're already creating things to help us all connect with each other through games. So what I wanted to talk about today was a little bit more about my story and a little bit more of a personal version of my story and why games matter so much to me. So this is the unadulterated secret story that you will hear that you can't read in interviews. Won't be a secret very long. So imagine, if you will, little theater of the mind, a scrawny little Indian girl in Orange County, California, where there was no visual proof that blonde hair and blue eyes was a recessive gene. So unathletic that her soccer coach named her Turtle. Yeah, I know. It still was really fun. So I don't know if it was when the Apple II Plus showed up in our home and I started playing the lemonade game, running a lemonade stand and learning about that through games. You know what I'm talking about. Or if it was when my brother gave me the Dungeons & Dragons basic rules set around the same age, and I suddenly dove into that amazing world and learned that a halfling can kill a red dragon, and so this little scrawny girl could maybe do amazing things with her life. Or it was just playing board games with my family, playing games like Acquire, so you're learning about global acquisitions at 8 years old, because that's what you do, right? That makes perfect sense. I don't know which one came first, but I do know that we lived in a family that loved games, loved the mental gymnastics you would do with it, loved the connection that we would have with it, loved card games, loved board games, loved video games, loved role-playing games. And this from my two surgeon parents who were, much like Venba, immigrants from India who were just trying to give a better life to their kids. So games were a huge part of that little girl's life. And although I knew that I was different, and I knew that I was other, somehow because of those games and because of the kids that I got to play with, I didn't feel othered. I didn't feel like it wasn't possible for me to kill that red dragon because I got to do it on a regular basis. I got to imagine those big, beautiful dreams, those big, beautiful ambitions. I got to imagine being an adventurer, being the hero of my own story from a very, very young age. So as time went on, I continued playing games, continued moving on playing Dungeons & Dragons, playing the Forgotten Realms games, got to college, gradually started playing a little bit less games or a little bit maybe hiding a little bit that I was playing games so much because back in my day, it wasn't so cool as it is now for all you young whippersnappers. It wasn't so cool to be a girl playing Dungeons & Dragons. So I was playing a little bit less, kind of playing in my secret other life. And then, as I graduated college and became an actress and stepped into the theater world, which was my dream, my big, huge dream. And I continued doing theater, and I lucked into some of the most amazing experiences. I moved here to New York City with a show that moved to Broadway, lived with my beautiful cousin Raj, who is here in the audience, who is an extraordinary artist himself. Please check him out online, rajmamani.com. Sorry, shameless self-promotion and shameless family promotion is part of my deal here. That's what happens. Although I realized that I just jumped into stuff here and I didn't even introduce myself. Hi guys, I'm Anjali. I feel like we all met over the course of the weekend, so we'll keep going. So these amazing dreams were happening to me, but I was kind of hiding a little bit more. I was playing games a little bit less and a little bit less, even though I'd run home from between shows and I would play Heroes of Might and Magic or whatever. But somewhere in that time during that first Broadway show, I made the inexplicable decision to stop playing games. Somehow I told myself, you know what, you gotta do something, be more serious. Do more important things with your time. This is weird that you are so into this. Other people are doing important things. I don't know what they were doing that was so important, but other people are doing things. You should be more serious. Be more serious about your craft. Be more serious about being an artist. And I just kind of stopped gaming. Now, I can't say whether or not these two things were definitely cause and effect, but I can tell you that right around that time was also right around the time that I started to give away my agency, to give away my sense of being the protagonist in my own story. The world was already telling me as an actress that I was the sidekick or the guest star or, 9,000 doctors because Indian. The world was already telling me that I wasn't the leading woman. But I was telling myself that I wasn't the leading woman. I was telling myself that I wasn't the hero. And whether it was friend relationships, whether it was romantic relationships, I started to become more and more weirdly desperate to give away my power, to seek out other people that I thought might save me or approve of me, whether it was people who wanted to give me a job or people who wanted to date me or just people I wanted to be friends with. I was handing over that hero to someone else. And I fell into a very deep depression during my time here in New York. And again, I can't tell you whether or not the two were exactly the same, but I can tell you they happened at the same time. It wasn't probably until 2015 when I did an audition for a game that was at the time called Prometheus that I had started to step into my power again a little bit here and there. I had just started auditioning for voiceover. My agent sent me this audition. I sent it off. Didn't expect anything of it, found out I got it, and I stepped into the studio that first day, and they told me it was a game called Overwatch. And they showed me my character. And here was that hero. Here was that powerful woman named Symmetra who had taken the circumstances of her life, of her upbringing, the hard knocks that she had taken, her neurodiversity, which made life harder for her in many ways. She had taken all of that and turned it into fuel to make the world a better place. She had turned it into purpose. She had turned it into empowerment. She had turned it into something that drove her and made her the protagonist of her own story. And I remember seeing that and being there with Andrea Toyes and just crying, thinking of that little girl who didn't have that to look at when she was younger. She didn't have that understanding that not only could you be the hero of your own story, you could actually play the hero of someone else's story. They could come step into a game, play the game as you, and take that feeling of being the hero into their own lives and have agency because of it. As soon as I started coming back to the gaming world, not only was I able to reclaim my agency, but I started to understand how important games are in providing it to others, in providing other people a vehicle to have experiences that they have never had before, but not just because they were watching from afar, and not scripts that they weren't a part of, but they were stepping in to the story. They were stepping into someone's shoes that was completely different from them, but they could take that experience with them out into the world and hopefully see the hero in themselves because they had played as that hero. The more I connected with the gaming community, the more love I saw than I had ever seen in the television fan community, in the theatrical community. And don't get me wrong, everybody has been incredibly loving, but there's something about the gaming community where people step in, they step in, they step up, and they do it for each other, with each other, in such a powerful way. So because of that Overwatch community, I met artists, I met cosplayers, I met fan fiction writers, I met comedians, I met people from all over the world who just wanted to give of themselves in some artistic way. They were inspired by it. Now, the only thing that I have that I know no one else has that I have to offer is my story, is my set of experiences and how I've lived through them, whether gracefully or ungracefully. That's the only thing that I have to share that I know no one else has. And so I started a series called I Am Fun Size, where I would answer questions for people, not as advice, but with stories, because no one wants to hear what they should do, but everybody will lean into a good story. And the purpose that I wanted to serve is the same purpose that I want to serve as an actress and have always wanted to serve as an artist, which is letting people know they're not alone. Your journey is unique and absolutely yours alone, but you don't have to go on it alone. There's always someone beside you, cheering you on, singing a song, sending you stupid dog memes, whatever it is. There's always someone there to be next to you and say, I know that what you're going through is hard, but I'm here. I'm here. So I did that series for the community. I ended up writing a book called I Am Fun Size. Incidentally, I Am Fun Size basically refers to what I believe is the truth that we are all fun size, because we are all built for huge, fun, magnificent lives. And you know what is a huge, fun, magnificent life booster? Games. Games, games, games. I connected with this gaming community. Not only did I find agency, but I found a way to express the empathy that I had for other people, feel it coming back from people, and see them taking it out into the world and spreading it like a delicious, happy, good virus. Spreading it in a way that we need in the world. So I now refer to that period as the dark days of gaming when I didn't game, because coming back to gaming saved my life. It saved my life as a person. It saved my life as an artist. It saved my life in so many ways. And if it wasn't for that little girl being the inspiration for me staying and sticking it out all of these years, and coming back to all of you, and coming back and getting to see the amazing things that everyone is doing in this room, the amazing things that all of you are a part of, I don't know if I would be here. Honestly, don't know if I would be here. So that, to me, is a single story, a single reason, just my one story of how games saved my life. Think about all of the people that you are touching, because you are giving them agency and helping them express and teach empathy with what they are doing. And that's what we've talked about all weekend, right? Agency and empathy. You can do it for yourself through games. You can do it with each other through games. It's probably, in my opinion, the most powerful art form we find. So I wanted to share that story with all of you as we close today, because we talk about it globally a lot, right? We talk about all of the games and how we can reach so many people and how we can reach huge underserved communities and how we can make huge change, how we can work with the mental health task force that I'm so excited to be a part of, how we can do that on a big scale. But I want you, whenever you are questioning, if you are questioning the hard work that you are doing is making a difference, please think of me. Think of me. Think of little me, that little scrawny 8-year-old girl, because for every one of her, there are millions out there. There are millions out there that need your game, and they need your art. They need your art. I've been reading The Creative Act by Rick Rubin, and I will paraphrase this poorly, but he says essentially the artist's mission is to take information from source and interpret it through the lens of their own experience, using the craft that they have chosen. Each and every one of you is an artist using technology for the powers of good, and I can't imagine a more noble thing to be taking on. So in the last few minutes that I have here, I wanted to open this up to questions, because if there's anything that I can do, there's one more thing I wanted to do, and my friend Julia is gonna punch me in the face for doing it. But I know Susanna said that one of the goals here is that everybody should leave with one contact. My team is at info@anjalibamani.com. If you have a game that you are trying to get off the ground that you feel is good for mental health or is good for a community and you have questions, if you are a voiceover actor and you have questions, email my team, and if there's anything that I can do, even in a short email, or introduce you to someone, I would love to do that, because you guys are the change that's happening that we need. So now, I wanted to see if anybody has any questions. Yes. Yes, you. Hi. Oh, thank you. They're so fast with the mic. They didn't know I was going to do this. Sorry about that.
Hi.
Actors always going off the rails.
Hi. I'm Feli, she, her. I just want to say your words were so inspiring. I felt so touched because I'm currently in a spot where I've just kind of felt like I'm slowly losing that passion for games, and like it really made me remember why exactly I play them and how they saved me. So I want to ask you, what would you say is one of your favorite games that you've played, and what game has helped you in your darkest moments?
Oh, that's a great question. In my darkest moments, it's hard because my darkest moments happened when I wasn't gaming, right? The community that I met, the gaming community, has helped me in my darkest moments. The launch of Overwatch and the sort of rise to grandeur of that game also corresponded with the passing of my father. And him getting to share that his daughter was a big Indian superhero before he passed away was kind of one of the greatest things I could ever have asked for in that time. He left in the most graceful way that any human being could possibly leave this planet, and to this day, I feel like he's been up there with a single malt scotch in one hand and orchestrating my life in the other. So Overwatch, in many ways, even though I'm terrible at playing it because I can't do first-person shooters, I was not meant for greatness. That game definitely made a huge difference. Dungeons and Dragons, role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games. Here's the thing that I love about tabletop role-playing games. If you've never played a tabletop role-playing game, you're not living. Tabletop role-playing games are long-form improv with your best friends, except instead of someone in the audience giving you really stupid suggestions because they're drunk, you are there with your game master giving you this beautiful world to play in, and you and your friends are making decisions based purely on the desire to tell a great story. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. So that definitely has made a difference in my life, not just as like in terms of my own happiness and mental health, but as an actress, as an artist. It's some of the most incredibly fulfilling acting that I have gotten to do in my entire career, and I've gotten to do some cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yes.
On that note of tabletop role-playing games, I'm a big fan of Desi Quest, and I guess.
Thank you.
But I guess I just wanted to ask how it felt to bring a table together like that and tell stories like that. It's really exciting to watch, but I also feel like it'd be really powerful to make.
Thank you for asking that. Yeah, no, thank you. For those of you that don't know, we created a show called Desi Quest, which is a Dungeons & Dragons actual play show, except our dungeon master, Jasmine Pilar, has created a universe that, unlike most D&D campaigns, which are like medieval European settings, it is set in a fantasy universe inspired by India, with an entire main cast of South Asian performers and players, but our guest cast are all people from different backgrounds and different countries. It's one of the things I am the most proud of being a part of, both as a producer and as a player. Because in my opinion, diversity exists. We don't have to make it exist, it's there. Inclusion and inclusivity is the thing we have to work on. And inclusivity to me is it's not Noah's Ark, it's not seeing one of everything, it's not or two of everything. It's inviting people to your party. It's inviting people to your story. It's saying, we don't care if you make mistakes. We don't care if you don't know the language. Please, for the love of God, come wear our clothes and try it out and we'll tell you about the food. That's what Desi Quest feels like to me. It feels like those guest players are surrogates for anyone who wants to learn about the culture. And we get to be surrogates for anyone who might feel disconnected from it or might be first generation born here and not have the information. So yeah, it's been incredibly powerful and it's just been a joy upon joy to be a part of. Yeah. I think we have time for one more. Yes, go ahead. Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do 2 more. Oh, okay. We'll do 2 more.
I can be really loud.
Okay. And then we'll come back to you.
I was wondering if you have a go-to game for when you have like 20 free minutes and need a quick pick-me-up.
Okay, so last night, literally after I left the awards, I went home, and as I was unwinding, I turned on Pocket Beacon, Critical Role's new channel, and I proceeded to listen to my friend Marisha talking about how Stardew Valley is part of her self-care routine. And then I texted her and I said, okay, so what I am learning right now from one of my North Stars is that my self-care routine has been all wrong because I've been trying like meditation and hiking and journaling, but really I need to pick up Stardew Valley. And she immediately said, Anjali, if you, like, I think that it was all caps and it said, Anjali, comfort games are life. So I don't have it yet, but I have a feeling that Stardew Valley will be up there. I know Venba will be up there. I'm actually I'd already texted my mom today and told her that I'm gonna be playing Venba with her, my 84-year-old Indian mother. And I are gonna play Venba together and make idlis together, and I'm very excited about that. Very, very excited, yes. And yes, you had the final question.
Is it working? If you had a time machine and you're able to go back to when you're 8 or to when you're at your lowest point, what would you say and why?
I would say, stop worrying about all the things that you are not and start loving the things that you are. Because the things that make you weird and different and feel a little bit like you are not like everyone else are the things that are gonna bring you love when you grow up. They're gonna be the things that make you proud to be who you are. You're gonna find the best friends you could possibly imagine. And yes, you're gonna have an awesome career because you are weird. Everything that makes you unique is the thing that makes you special. And I know it sounds so trite, but I'm telling you guys, I lived it. I lived it. I didn't want to be who I was for so many years. And when I finally just started leaning into like, okay, you're this, 5-foot weird Indian girl and that's gonna be your life, all of a sudden everything changed. And I could actually see all the love around me that was coming at me from my family and from my friends. And I would have really lived a lot more of the years that I let pass me by because I was trying so hard not to be me. Yeah. You guys, this has been an extraordinary festival. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Susanna. Can we give Susanna a huge round of applause for making this happen?
Thank you. You're amazing. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. All right. Woo.
All right. Last night, I don't know if you remember, if anyone here the ceremony, I think it was Nick Shiner who was giving an award, said, no one told me I was going after that. And that's exactly how I feel. All right. All right, but I get to wrap it up. We have so much to be grateful for, to have all of you part of this, an amazing event with us and the community that we're building. Before I finish up my remarks, we actually have some special remarks from one of our partners, Poonacha Machaya, who is the president of the Deepak Chopra Foundation. And he wasn't able to be here today for some personal reasons, but he recorded a special remarks for us, and I do want to play it. If we can do that.
Hi friends, this is Poonacha Machaya. I'm CEO of the Chopra Foundation, and it is indeed an honor to be collaborating with Games for Change, and really look forward to collaborating at the Games for Change Festival. Together, let the community of gamers come together for a new story for a more peaceful, just, sustainable, healthier, and joyful world. As we look at the world ahead, the silent pandemic is mental health. I think we have a unique opportunity for the gaming community to come together to transform well-being. So let's imagine this new story. I believe gamers with VR and the metaverse can create a whole new narrative around mental health, right? So we look at medication today, the pharmaceutical. Today when somebody is sick, or we cannot take medication by using a pill or through the vein or cutting a piece of tissue. That's typically how medicine is dispensed today. But the new world, I think the gaming community can come together, is creating a whole new paradigm shift called the metaverse and the metaceutical. Imagine when you play a game, something called photoic stimulation, when you use light and sound. It entrains the brain. For mental health, imagine now we can look at games and create content which can change your biology. When you watch a funny video, you get a dopamine hit. When you watch something which is happening in the Middle East, a war, we basically have a cortisol, stress and anxiety. So the same two different pieces of content are changing your biology. When you watch a video or play a game, there's a visual system, there's a belief system, and then there's an embodiment system. It changes the biology. So my urge to all the gamers today at the Games for Change Festival is to come together to now create a whole new format, a whole new game where we can transform mental well-being. Once again, I'm grateful to you all and wishing you all the very best.
Not great. That's really great. And I loved his t-shirt. That was really, really cool. All right. So I want to just ask you to do a couple of things, and then I'm going to do some thank yous. I want you to think about all the people that you met here over the last 2.5 days, ideas that came about, new partners that you could that you might collaborate with, and share those inspirations. Share online, talk about Games for Change. I think it's #2024, G4C. And please, let's celebrate the incredible lineup of speakers that are making a real impact on games and XR. So this year, we focused on providing more opportunities for connection, interaction, participation within the framework of the UN Sustainable Goals. I hope you all consider taking a survey that we're going to send. That's another action item. We're going to send it on Monday. Give us some feedbacks. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like. Did you connect with our theme? Do you feel like we could have gone further? We really want to hear from you. But now is where I need to say thank you to our incredible team. First, a big thank you to our curators, Chris Severson, Lindsay Grace, and Nick Shiner. They brought all of the amazing speakers and workshops to the stage and to the other room. So let's just a big round of applause. Anyone in the room? Chris, I see you there. I think Lindsay's around. Thank you, thank you. And of course, there's our festival production team, Tiffany, led by Tiffany Kieran and Aaron Budd. My guess is they're not here because they're dealing with loadout. The work never ends. But we also had Kate, Malik, Sam, Avery, and Travis on the team. Nikki, and the entire preview events team, they just kept everything moving so beautifully. And of course, the whole talented Games for Change team. We've got Arana, Leah, Kim, Tanya, Carlin, Cassie, Marissa, Mary Elizabeth, Stephanie, Miko, Trisha, and Nikki. Thank you for being alongside us and me every day, and to all of our amazing volunteers who supported us this week. Thank you. We couldn't do it without you. And then I want to thank our partners, our amazing partners who supported us in making this happen. We've got Verizon, Hasbro, Exala, Entertainment Software Association, Unity, the Department of Cultural Affairs, the New York State Council for the Arts, Google Play, Netflix, Discord, and the Department of Interactive Media, the University of Miami. Go you, this is for you guys. And HyperX at HTC. And last but not least, I want to thank the Parsons School of Design and the New School for supporting us, welcoming us into your amazing home. And hopefully this is the first year of many more that we can bring our festival to this community. So we're hitting the road this fall. We've got Games for Change events happening all over the world, in India, in Africa, in Turkey, in Latin America. So please keep an eye out for all of these things. And we've said it before, if you want to get involved, please reach out. We want to hear from you. So that's it for 2024. It's a wrap. Thank everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. Good night.